We are live. Welcome to everybody. Let me know if you can see and hear me, folks. I got started just a couple of minutes late. I've been talking to somebody in the chat room trying to sort out an email problem that I've been having lately. My email, some of you guys' emails have been going right into my delete folder. And Paula was one of the people in the chat room is trying to email me questions. And I got to tell you, it's been a weird 2 weeks with this weird email thing going on. But anyway, we got his questions straightened out. And anyway, let's say hello to everybody in the pre-chat. We have the Marshall D'Osta, who is an old regular that has rejoined us in the last couple of weeks. So welcome back, Marshall. And let's see, Occult Fan is joining us. Nira is joining us. TSC, KDB in the United Kingdom. Julia Triculia, I think, from Croatia, but if I'm not mistaken, currently in Ireland. Leon is joining us from someplace in Brazil. He said earlier, but I forgot the name of the city. June is joining us. Baz is a newcomer. Welcome to Baz. Let us know what country you're from or in, Baz. Jeannie is here. Alchemia Karambit is joining us from Mexico. Nancy Farrar and Christian A in the United Kingdom. So welcome, everybody. South Australia is where Baz is in. Well, cool. We have a lot of people from Australia and New Zealand that are members here. So welcome to all the Aussies down there. I had a housemate, as a matter of fact, when I was in Oxford that had dual citizenship in South Africa and in Australia. He's from Australia. I believe he works there now in some capacity for the Australian federal government in the CAM, as you call it, down there. So anyway, welcome to all you guys. Really some really good questions today. Not many that are very long, but they're going to require long answers. So anyway, my friend, he wasn't a big drinker. No, I mean, he could put back the Fosters, but he was not a big drinker. I probably was more more than he was. But anyway, yeah, the new book is out, guys. The mystery is cleared up. The title of the book is Hess and the Penguins, in case you haven't heard. Subtitle is The Holocaust, Antarctica, and the Strange Case of Rudolf Hess. And the Marshal has sent us a couple of questions. I'm going to kick off with those because they are related to that book. So anyway, yeah, you have to stick with that book, folks, because I don't get to my input on the Hess mess, as I call it, until about chapter 6. And I have to warn everybody, I have left more unsaid in that book than I have said. I walk right up to the precipice and say, there you are, there's the implications, but say no more. Anyway, yeah, the book, last time I heard from David, he's estimating about the middle of September, around the 15th or the 16th, for the book to be out. But he is taking orders for it on the Adventures Unlimited website. And as you know, Adventures Unlimited, when the pallet gets in, the first thing they do is take a new book right into the order fulfillment place and start filling back orders. So as soon as it's there, the back orders will start being filled. The book is about 300 pages long. Um, and it's a mess, folks. And it's a mess because I was in a hurry, number one. And number two, uh, the whole Hess thing is just one gigantic gold-plated mess. There's no other way to put it. But anyway, have I been keeping up with Twin Peaks? A cult fan, I was keeping up with it with some friends of mine, but it's been about 3 weeks since we watched any episodes because their schedules changed, and we're trying to get back into it. They told me that maybe this Sunday or Monday, but the last episode that I saw of the reboot was the one right before they had that little 2-week interlude. So anyway, that's the point up to which I've watched. I did, incidentally, a cult fan, listen to your interview before I booted up the Vidchat. I just got done with it, as a matter of fact, about I'd say maybe an hour ago. I was trying to listen to that and sort the questions and do some other stuff, and so I may have missed a lot, but that was what I was listening. And very interesting commentary you guys had there. But anyway, I'll do my best to try and answer your question that you submitted at first privately, I realize, and then as a VidChat question. But that I've got that kind of down toward the bottom. I'm leading off with some different things tonight. But anyway, yeah, it's been, I was very relieved to get the book to David, because I have to tell you, there's some dangerous material in this book. There are things that need to be considered in conjunction with it, but I did not include everything that I could have. I suspect that once the book is out, we'll be discussing some of some of that material. Anyway, lots of stuff to talk about tonight. There are some very short questions. Karambit submitted a question that was very short, but it's going to require a kind of lengthy answer. Some other people did more or less the same thing. So it's going to be an interesting discussion, provided my voice holds up, you know, or I don't. There's thunderstorm warnings in the area, so if I suddenly disappear, guys, I've either been caught up in a tornado, zapped by millions of volts of electricity or something, so give me time, if I'm alive, to get back online. Usually it takes me about 20 minutes to reboot, provided the power is on, so be alerted. Yeah, I put yours right at the top of the pack tonight, Marshall, because it's book related, and I know people are going to be curious about the book and so on and so forth. So anyway, yes, I wish me safety too. I want the organ to arrive before I go, so that I have the opportunity to play one again. You know, but anyway, I've been buying organ music that I used to have and lost in several moves and so on and so forth. So I've been buying up a storm of organ music and all of that. And wow. But many thanks to all of you, by the way, that contributed to that, because that's a dream come true for me. It really is. It's been a big hole in my life. Well, Marshall, the Holocaust is definitely a part of the story. most people won't believe what they read once they get into the book, particularly regarding that. You demonists, welcome to you demonist. Yeah, I'm hoping. So far, the sun is out, you know, but I got to tell you, the weather has been so crazy. There have been a couple of days here in August, which is usually the month, you know, where they predict not precipitation but steam. But we've had a couple of very un-Augustly cool days, if that's a word that I can invent. Yeah, it is a form of incense. You're quite correct. Well, we'll get to your question. Patience, Marshall. We'll get to your question. But anyway, so yeah, it's a relief. The new book is at least at the printer. And by the way, I do know it is at the printer because David told me it's at the printer. Yeah, Holocaust is a burnt offering. That's the technical name of Holocaust, the technical meaning of a Holocaust. It's a burnt offering. It's a burnt sacrifice. Pardon me. I have also been very bilious today, guys, so please forgive me if I burp or anything. I will try to catch myself, but it's just been one of those days that my poor system has decided to be uncooperative. So if you hear gurgling or stomach growling, just think of Humphrey Bogart and the opening of The African Queen. That's kind of the way I feel. But anyway, Just a Whoa Man is here. So welcome, Just a Whoa. Glas Dadrithio is here from the nostril of Iowa. Now, being a South Dakotan, I really have to know where the nostril of Iowa is. I've been all over that state. I could think of a few places in Iowa that I'd call a nostril. Atlantic, Keokuk, Oskaloosa. There's several contenders for that title. But anyway, wow. There is no such place as Buckhorn, South Dakota. No. As a matter of fact, their attempts to make it look like it's occurring in the part of West River close to the Black Hills really fall very flat. As a South Dakotan, I can tell you that the terrain around there where they're shooting what's supposedly in South Dakota looks absolutely nothing like that part of the state. But the Black Hills area, you know, when you drive into Rapid City on Interstate 90, you can see the Black Hills for quite some distance away. They're much taller, particularly the southern Black Hills around Rapid City, than most people realize. The northern Black Hills up around Spearfish and Deadwood are less mountainous. They're just more like big hills, although there are 2 or 3 very large peaks up in that part of the Black Hills. Anyway, but no, there is no Buckhorn, South Dakota, as far as I know, and I've pretty much been all over that state. But anyway, it is an interesting title name for a little town. It would fit that part of the state because there are lots of elk, there are lots of antelope, there are lots of moose, deer. You can see it all there. And South Dakota is, if you don't know, South Dakota is a very conservation-minded state. You don't want to get caught poaching or hunting out of season in that state. You go to the Black Hills and you will see all the advertised wildlife as advertised. But, uh, anyway, Byzantra, welcome. I guess I need to refresh my user list here. So we have the United Kingdom and Belgium all the way to Australia and Mexico represented in here right now. At least I think so. Yep. And the nostrils of Iowa, lest I forget. Oh dear. But anyway, for once, folks, we have more people in the website chat room than we do on the YouTube counter. So anyway, it's going to be an interesting, I have the feeling this is going to be one of the more interesting vid chats given some of the comments and questions that have so far come in. And I do want to thank people for keeping them short. Like I said, the short questions tonight are really opening up big cans of worms. Farouk Albaz, a very interesting gentleman he was. Oh, excuse me. I've been up a while today, folks. I actually managed to wake up in the morning. Ugh, I did. So anyway, going to be an interesting vid chat. I think I'm going to start the vid chat tonight too early. I'm going to start at about 6:30, at least judging by the amount of questions now. And again, largely due to wanting to make sure my voice holds out. No, I have not received Geiger's. I did get an email from Geiger earlier saying that he was re-editing his questions last week and to expect them right before the chat. So, you know, we may end up getting a 15-page tome, which of course I will refuse to read. I just can't do those long comments. Geiger does have a holdover from last time, but he decided he wanted to redo it. And so he's apparently redoing all of his questions. Anyway, let's see. Who did I miss here in the... Becky Sue, welcome to you. That rhymes. I'm a poet and I don't know it, but my feet show it because they're Longfellows. But anyway, Nancy Farrar, welcome. Have I spoken with Walter? Yes, occult fan. I spoke with him, I think 2 or 3 days ago. We were talking about his new book, which I just finished, by the way. It's a very interesting book. I think, again, that he's on to things in terms of the career of Ambrose Bierce. Some very interesting things, in fact, I think, that I told him I wanted to talk to him. He's going to be visiting in a couple of months. Yeah, a couple of months. And I told him I wanted to talk to him about some things. But yeah, it's an interesting book. If you haven't read it, it's called Destination. I'll spell that in the chat room for everybody. Destination Carcosa. About Ambrose Bierce. And it's a very, very intriguing read. And I would also say he did something with his prose style that was really very catching. I enjoyed reading that book just for some of the prose. Anyway, I have a copy of Handprint of Atlas somewhere. I don't remember where. Um, I have not looked at that book in a long time, so it may be one of those books that I still have yet to unpack. I'm running out of shelf space. I need to buy bookshelves is what I need to do. I don't know where I'm going to put them, but I need to buy them. I Love Sushi is in the chat room. Welcome to I Love Sushi. I Love Sushi is a regular that has been here for many years, almost as long as the Marshal has been here. So welcome to I Love Sushi. Although we need some questions from you from time to time, I Love Sushi. And you demonist who has yet to submit anybody. Everybody remember this. You demonist has never submitted questions. We need to make a new rule. You must submit questions at least once every decade in order to be a member of good standing. Anyway, welcome to Ben Farrell. Just popped into the chat room. Yes, your secret is out now, you demonist. Your secret is out. She says, I did. That's right, you did so. I think it was 6 years, 7 months, and 42 days ago. Giving you a bad time, you demonists. Anyway. Oh, I hear the mailman. Or mail woman. They never seem to be able to make up their mind. My mail carrier person keeps changing. All right. Got to check Facebook. No questions there. Got to check email. And no questions there. All right, we're good. That's right. I do remember the Voynich manuscript question. But that's been years. Yes, you can buy a copy of the Voynich manuscript. I Love Sushi says, I just ordered your book. Does that help a little? No. you must submit questions. Lurking forbidden. No, you can lurk. We have lots of lurkers. You demonist size. I Love Sushi says, I'm a professional lurker. There really are. When the internet first got started to be a big thing, I had, do I take questions in Japanese? I Love Sushi. I wouldn't know kanji if my life depended on it. No, that's a short, a roundabout way of saying no. I don't speak Japanese. It'd be interesting. It would be an interesting language to learn. I've studied a little bit about it when I've bumped into linguistics, and there are these weird parallels between Finnish and Japanese that my friend Igor Vitkovsky wrote about. And it's in a book of his called Axis of the World, I think it is. But yeah, I read about it there. A Polish linguist that he talks about in that book was pointing out the very, very odd, numerous parallels between Finnish. You know, you would think of two languages could not possibly be related in any way, would be Finnish and Japanese, but they are. Anyway, Leon says that I'm starting Mandarin lessons. I can't stand not knowing what's being said all around me in Singapore. Yeah, Finnish is also related to Hungarian. So stop and think about that, folks. Finnish, Hungarian, and Japanese. There's got to be a tail there somewhere. Mandarin, I think, would probably be very difficult. Jeannie says, maybe some lurkers feel like they can learn more if they keep their mouths shut. They will certainly not let it out how little they know. Okay, yeah. The Basques. Basques are interesting. I'm actually part Basque. I don't know how. My mother told me that years ago. I would imagine it's from her, let's see here, her father's, my grandfather's side of the family. But anyway, yeah, that's another weird language, I'm told. I don't know anything about it. It would be interesting to, if I could find an appropriate textbook of linguistics that does that sort of comparative grammar of strange, oddly associated languages. That would be an interesting book, but I wouldn't know where to look for such a book. Leon says Basque is utterly bizarre. Have I seen any of the TV show The Expanse? No, my cable television is not hooked up. I have not had it hooked up in 2 years. I refuse to hook it up. If I could get out of paying anything to those companies for the twaddle that they put out, I'd do it, but I can't. TSC says Basque is unrelated to any other language I have read. I don't know. That's an interesting question. Baz in the chat room says, are the Basques descended from other hominids? I don't know. I don't know. They are apparently an odd ethnotype genetically within the European Caucasian mix. I don't know exactly how they work, but or how they fit in. So that's a good question. You know, I don't know. It is interesting that they're kind of a self-contained little ethnotype, and they're kind of a self-contained little linguistic type. KDB says they have more Neanderthal. I didn't know that. Which that would be very interesting. So I'm more of a Neanderthal, guys. Anyway, why don't I get Netflix? Because my computer's not any place where I can deal with it, and I just don't like paying anything to these big companies that I don't have to pay. My friends have Netflix. What I've seen is available on Netflix is mostly a bunch of stuff I don't want to watch. Is there any way to gift somebody a TV show on Amazon? Katie says, no, you're not. You have an Egyptian foot. Well, that's true. I do. A so-called Egyptian foot. The Basques, yeah, the Basques do have a higher rate of Rh negative. I have heard that. But then again, European Caucasians have a much higher percentage of Rh negative than the rest of the human population. You know, all these strange, weird mysteries that I have yet to read any really good explanation of. And by the way, that reminds me, if any of you guys read a book that goes into blood types and Rh negative and Neanderthal, you know, from a good sort of alternative perspective, let me know, because that's something I'm very curious about. Alchemia says, I recall reading that there is a Native American tribe whose language is very similar to Japanese. I've heard that too. I don't remember what the tribe is. I've heard that. I'm thinking it was the Utes or one of those related tribes, but I don't recall exactly and specifically which nation it was. But I have heard that too. You know, there's all sorts of mysteries that, if you get right down to it, really throw the whole academic standard narrative of pre-classical human history just into a cocked hat. Yeah, the white Welsh Native Americans. Yeah, that whole Minot Mandan Indians thing in the Lewis and Clark expedition. Enrico. I'll doff my hat to that, Enrico. Wasn't our society more civil before the big baloney hubbub about cigarettes and smoking? Yes, I think so. However, as a smoker, I remember going back, you know, I grew up in the era where people would light up, you know, anywhere, anytime. And they were rude. They were not respectful of non-smokers. That just quite frankly is I think the reason that you had that reaction against it. And now it's, you know, they're just equally as, I've had people tell me not to smoke in my own house, and I've escorted them right to the door. Anyway, Leon says, I speak a few languages, and it's amazing how you can begin to feel a kind of universal thing happening. I agree. Leon, I definitely agree. I've studied 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've studied 6 languages in my life. And the odd thing is, the more diverse languages you study, the easier it gets. And it's very weird. You would think it's the opposite. But anyway, yeah, I think there is something that happened with all of this anti-smoking fascism to our culture that is very, very bad. You know, I warn people before they come over, if they come over to visit, be warned, it's my house, I'm going to smoke in it. If cigarette smoking bothers you or you want to complain about it, either don't come or keep your mouth shut. You know? Anyway, what do I think is up, says Schwarzenstein, with this big, huge campaign to target the younger urban demographic? A campaign to target them how? With what? Tobacco smoking? Or what are we talking about here? TSC, history, noun, an account, mostly false, of events mostly unimportant, which are brought about by rulers, mostly knaves, and soldiers, mostly fools. Definition by Ambrose Bierce. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Jeannie says the anti-smoking fascists can pound sand. Well, maybe, but not really. You know, they do have a point. Smokers were very, very rude back in the day about, just lighting up in front of a non-smoker and expecting them to sit there and be quiet and take it. That I found that to be equally as rude as what's going on now. But anyway, let's see. Tim H. Welcome to Tim from the land down under. Just in the chat room. Schwarzenstein says the campaign is directed at the younger people in regards to not smoking. Well, they're directing a lot of stuff toward the younger people. The biggest thing that they're doing is trying to turn them into, let me be blunt, self-righteous little snowflakes out to teach everybody else how to live and what to think. Which you can imagine is not going to get very far in the Farrell household, but oh yeah, I understand what you mean, Jeannie, about the anti-smoking fascists. I really do. I really, really do. Because it has come to that point where, they've even gone so far as there's talk about trying to ban smoking in your own home, or if some neighbor gets a whiff of smoke smell in their window, that's nuts. And I do think there is and will be a backlash. Where I live, the city and the state have passed all sorts of ordinances. There are a couple of restaurants and bars that simply have refused to turn their smoking patrons away, and that still have smoking areas in a couple of restaurants here. One is, in fact, a diner, and the whole diner is a smoking area. So anyway, yeah, those are the fascists that you can pound sand. Baz says, by snowflakes, you mean prigs. Yeah, them too. Them too, Baz. Anyway, hang on here, folks. Just checking some emails. This is really, I don't know what is going on with Firefox, but I'm having to check every folder now to make sure that I'm not missing somebody's email. Schwarzenstein says in the chat room that he recalls a Byte Show interview where Georgianne Hughes mentioned some studies saying tobacco smoke helps protect you from various diseases and heavy metal poisoning and so on. Yes, those studies are there. They're hard to find because nobody wants to have anything good to say about tobaccos. And also, I've read or at least heard of studies where supposedly tobacco helps protect your pineal gland from becoming hard or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. Bottom line here is that if the government says it's bad for you, it's probably good. And if the government says it's good for you, like GMOs and vaccines, it's probably bad. So, that's the way it is. Alleviates Crohn's disease. I can believe that. I roll my own cigarettes. This is just nothing but tobacco. And I can tell you, as a smoker, I can tell the difference. If I smoke a commercial cigarette filled with all the additives and chemicals, they taste awful compared to one of these, which is just nothing but tobacco. Sorry to hear that, Paulo, about your father. Schwarzenstein says, yes, I have no memories of the government really giving a darn about my health. Yep. Yeah, my dad smoked commercial cigarettes, and you know, if somebody gives me a cigarette like that, I can barely manage two puffs of a Marlboro or a commercial cigarette. They literally taste awful to me. And I've introduced other people to, you know, the real stuff, the hand rolled stuff, and then they go back and try to smoke the commercial cigarettes. They can't do it because they can taste all the awful chemicals in it. But anyway, plus rolling your own cigarettes is a lot cheaper than buying a pack of cigarettes. I can tell you that. Um, yeah, once you get the real tobacco, you don't go back to the commercial stuff. That's quite true. All right, another set of questions here just came in, guys. Give me a second as I'm out of the room. I won't be watching to get these printed off. All right. I love sushi. We're going to start the actual vid chat at about 6:30, so about 2 hours and 15 minutes till that starts. All right, let's see here. Uh-oh, we're getting longer ones. Oh, that looks interesting. I'm going to put that. Hang on, guys. Got to figure out where this one should go. Actually, I'm going to put it there. It's a good place for it. All right. Marshall, the AI questions were from Tony. Tony M, I think is his username. And he's in and out of the chat sometimes. He's extremely smart. He's I believe his field is professionally information technology, and we have another individual, Kelly M, who is also in information technology and also, like Tony, has studied quantum mechanics a great deal. Actually, Tony has not submitted any questions for this vid chat, and there were none archived. But yeah, we do have some people now as members that are professionals in those fields, which has certainly elevated the questions and speculations and comments on those topics. I forget who else. There's somebody else here as well that is in information technology, and I forget who it is right off the top of my head. Yeah, we've got professional musicians here, musicologists. I think Ben Farrell is. I don't see him in the chat window right now. I believe he either is professional or, you know, Liebhaber, as the Germans would call it, a really dedicated amateur. We've got a lot of interesting mix of interests here. Let's see. We've got just looking. Oops. Why does that happen? Boy, that's aggravating. We have P-Bud. Welcome to P-Bud in Poland. We've got musicians, you know, we've got everything here. Why is that there? That's just very irritating. I'm refreshing my window here, guys. I can't get rid of one of those annoying little Microsoft pop-ups. All right. Just a Whoa-Man says, I have time to get to the hardware store for deer blind paint and an O-ring for my sprayer. That's a Dilbert ruin today while I was working the ranch. Yes, we've got ranchers. Ben Farrell says, I'm a professional when they let me. I think probably that, yeah, that's the problem with music, you know? It's just, yeah, I hear you. Anyway, yeah, we've got a lot of interesting, uh, mix here. What can I say? Swig of tea, guys. Checking Facebook just to make sure that nobody. It's been a while since people have tried to send me questions on Facebook, which is good, but I always check it just to make sure. Because there's really nothing I can do with the questions on Facebook. I have to tell them, email them to me. Eudemonist says, I noticed that the contact button on the website sends people to a page with a form to be filled out for guest appearances. I think that was because Daniel, when I first decided to do Vidchats, and then Daniel created these links to do the videos, I can have guests on these Google Hangouts. And I think that was his way of, you know, just inviting it. I have not done it because I don't want to set a precedent of having guests on all the time, because then it becomes a show, and then I have to do scheduling and all that, and I'm just too busy to do that. I do want, on rare occasions, possibly to have guests, but that's no, I don't think so. He may be, you know, he may be doing something with the website that I don't know about, that he hasn't told me about yet. He's usually pretty good at keeping me, you know, updated on what he's doing behind the scenes. I think he's out of town right now, though. But anyway. Checking again here, guys. Well, you should see some of the junk that goes into my junk email folder. Oh, boy. But let me check here the user list to see if anybody's snuck in while I wasn't looking. Enrico joining us from Hele. I think I said hello to P-Bud. Yep, we're good. Good questions today, guys. The Marshal's going to make us talk about the new book a little bit. So I'll do that and try to avoid revealing any of the choicer details, of which I hope you will agree there are many. Uh-oh. I'll have to talk to you later. Sorry. Sorry, Tim. Yeah, no details will be revealed. This is my way of practicing capitalism and making you buy the book. Gotta keep the food on the table, guys. No choice details. No, sir. One reason why is that the details have to be put in the right context, and there's no way, I literally have to read the whole book to make you be able to see why this particular detail fits. K-Tower actually did submit questions. I have not seen her in the chat room, but I know that she submitted questions. So we do have questions, comments and questions from K-Tower. A Dilbert is, yes, a bumbling idiot. But, the details about the book that I will give out aren't going to be all that sensational because they're details that the marshal is raising in the comment in question. How about mechanics? I don't know if we have any mechanics here. I honestly don't. I wouldn't be surprised. And if there are, please let me know where you are, because I need a good mechanic. I am not. I have to tell you guys, I'm not a mechanical person. I'm sure that most of you figured that out, but I'm not. It's one of those things that I just never got into. However, I can tell, I'm not a mechanic, but I can tell you if something goes wrong on a pipe organ, I can usually tell you what it is. Siphons being the funnest. If you don't know what a siphon, or a cipher as they're sometimes called, it's when a pipe valve gets stuck open, which is every organist's worst nightmare. Yeah, Jim Mars, that was a bolt out of the blue, guys. Doff my hat to Jim, because he raised the bar in this community. He was referencing and footnoting way before any of the rest of us, and never, in my opinion, never wrote a bad book. And I think he had about 15 books, many of them bestsellers. And what's really irritating, as far as I know, there was no major media notice of his death. So much for being a New York Times best-selling author. That's infuriating. Glasdodrithio says, they call me Mr. Bad Wrench. Well, listen, we could have a contest. That's just how mechanically inept we are. Anyway, yes, that was a mighty pen laid down. Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, Ben, I had the one time that I had with Jim Mars, where we talked, for several hours, was at the Laughlin UFO Congress in 2009, up in his motel room. And he told me a bunch of things that day that never made it into any of my research, or into his research, that he knew and had discovered but had not written about, because he was not absolutely 100% certain of it. And that's a pretty high standard, which I wish, I wish that were the standard now. You know, all it takes now to get a television show is to claim that you're in, did I say this? That you're in contact with blue avians and, yeah, you know, uh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. But yeah, he was a real researcher. He was a real researcher and a real journalist. You know, that's what journalism was to him. And got to tell you, that's a blow for this community. Okay, check the emails once again, guys. Uh-oh. No, we're good. I keep looking for Geiger. Do I have any tattoos? No. Do I think they contain conductive nanoparticles? That's an odd question. I wouldn't be surprised if they could do that. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they could do that. TSC says, blue avians, give me a blue buffalo wings or omelet. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Do I think that the bad art has cosmic ramifications on people's skin? Yes. Tattoos are a way of branding. They, you know, I won't get one for that reason. They're a way of branding. And to me, it's a blood, yes, it's a blood ritual. It is a blood ritual. There's lots of occult symbolism that goes on just in the act, and that's something I don't particularly want to be associated with. Tim H says, hopefully someone from the younger generation with fire in their bellies will pick up the torch. Hear, hear. Hear, hear. How does one research the topics Mr. Mars wrote about? Jim was, I can tell you this from what he told me from that discussion that we had. He was absolutely phenomenal about in uncovering very, very abstruse, difficult to locate or even know that certain things existed. I was, you know, we talked for about 4 hours, and he told me about one or two things that I was just stunned. And he was in the process back then of trying to verify these things. I don't think he ever was able to, because as far as I know, he never wrote about them. But the way you do it is you pay very close attention to bibliographies. You get those sources, and then usually those sources will lead you to other things. So in other words, you literally have to go out and literally do the footwork. That's what it takes. Was Jim Mars a Freemason or associated with any groups? No, I don't think so. Not to my, at least not to my knowledge. Tomas, welcome to Tomas. But no, I don't think he was. Kurt, welcome to Kurt in the chat room. I better refresh my window here, guys, because it's just staying stuck. There we go. All right, Tomas and Kurt, I believe, if I'm not misremembering in Wales and Northern Ireland. Just let us remember your countries, guys. We're getting so many new members the last few weeks. It's difficult for me to remember where everybody is. Gordon White from the United Kingdom. Speaking of young generations following in Mars's footsteps, anyone caught your attention? That's a good one. No, not really. I knew one of you guys was Wales. Not really. But that doesn't mean that I don't know of any. It's just right now I'm not catching anything. You know, my biggest hope is if anybody does do that, that they will please learn how to footnote properly. You know? All right. Part of the dumbing down trend is in the United States right now. They're pushing the MLA so-called style manual of referencing and the AP style manual, and I'm sorry, those are not, in my opinion, scholarly or anything close to it. All they do is clutter up the main text. Anyway. And by footnotes, I mean notes at the bottom of the page, not the stuff that you have to flip back and forth with. You shouldn't need to do that, because every word processing program out there allows you to footnote at the bottom of the page. I find this flipping back and forth stuff just to be absolutely irritating. I have done it on some occasions when I've wanted people to pay more attention to the text than to the footnote. Yeah, exactly. Those are end notes. But most people call them footnotes. They think a footnote is a number. Anyway, gripe. Can't have everything. Getting started here, guys, in about 2 hours. Hopefully my voice will survive. I probably should have started pre-chat a little later, but we had so many people already in the chat room at the time. I thought, well, might as well go ahead and do this. So, yeah, if you're having problem with the video freezing, you might want to try a different browser, clear your cache, so on and so forth. On my end, it looks okay, but that doesn't mean it may be all good on your end. Clear as many windows off. You know, if you've got a lot of other open tabs, sometimes that helps as well. Unfortunately, I always have to have lots of open tabs just to kind of keep track of everything. DHAR3, welcome to DHAR. And DHAR, I've seen you in here before, but you're so new, let us know what country you're in. That's the rule. Newbies have to let us know what country they're in. Southern California. Yeah, Internet Explorer seems to have less problems. Alchemia, I have had today some Firefox issues. I'm still on Firefox now, but sometimes, yeah, changing the browser will work better for you. Southern California, no, definitely not one of my favorites. You can for me, you can pretty much write off most of the left coast from Seattle to San Diego. You can keep Juneau. Uh, down under, from down under. The Australian contingent is here, folks. Down Under makes it official. Tim H. and Down Under are the presiding captains of the Australian contingent. I think it was, in fact, I think it was some of you Aussies that coined the term geezers. So yeah, we've got about 10 people in Australia, scattered all over Australia, actually. Although I don't think we have anybody out by Perth or up around Darwin or any place like that. Let's see here. We've got 37 viewers in YouTube. We've got 30 users showing up on the chat room. Leon says, for whatever it's worth, I'm about 10 meters from the ocean with a drink and the GDS Vidchat. For those of us still using the more scientific English imperial system, that's about 35 yards. And I'm only half joking. How do you watch this on YouTube? Right now, you can't. People are mostly used to accessing it. In fact, I myself don't know because I'm always in the video through my admin page on the site. So, you know, I have no idea how you guys do it. I do it a certain way because I have to do it a certain way. Wow. Eudemonist says she prefers to watch on YouTube. Well, see, I've got the YouTube window open on one part of my screen and the chat room open on another part of the screen and the admin page open on yet another part of the screen. So however you guys do it, good luck. Now, if Daniel were here, he could tell you, you know, but I'm the computer klutz, guys. That's what's spelled with a K. But I have no idea. Excuse me. Oh, just a reminder, folks, we do have storm watches where I'm at. So please, if I suddenly disappear or it means I've either been, the power's gone out or something. So give me about 20 to 30 minutes to get back into a chat room and get the video restored. If it takes any longer than that, it's because I've lost power. You know, there's power outage because of storms. So I don't know. Just remember, we've got storms that they say are possible in the area tonight. So just be aware of that. How much longer will I be allowed on YouTube, given their recent form? I don't know. I've been very concerned about it. I was very, very concerned about the election outcome, as were many people on that score. I have noticed a dramatic drop in hits to the website and the YouTube videos because of all their tinkering with algorithms to try and shut us people down. So Xenophon is in the chat room. Welcome to Xenophon. I didn't see him come in. Again, I wish this thing would refresh automatically. So I'm going to refresh now. But come on. There we go. I forget where what country you're in, Xenophon, so let us know. Trevor V. Welcome to Trevor V. Germany. That's right. We got Germany. All right. Belgium, Germany, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Brazil, Singapore, and Australia right now. So, and Mexico. So we've got what? About 7 or 8 countries. Yay. Also, willkommen zu Deutschland und wir haben hier ein kleines Deutschland. Anyway, and the Netherlands. I forgot about, and Poland. Okay, we're up to 9. Sorry, guys, I forgot about you guys. Poland, the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Mexico, Australia. Okay. So that's who we've got here tonight. It's interesting. These vid chats are getting more and more international, and yet it's very at least it is to me. I don't know about you guys. It's interesting to me that everybody's kind of thinking the same thing, no matter where they are in the world. RB 44. Welcome to RB. Why does this user list not refresh unless I physically do it? This is very maddening. Anyway, we need someone from Antarctica. That'll be the day. That will be the day. And the trouble is, what country would you put that under? Because supposedly Antarctica is under this international sort of thing. Cult Fan says, allow me to quote Tool, and you will come to find that we are all of one mind, capable of all imagined and all conceivable. Interesting quotation. Yeah, but we do need someone from Antarctica. Oh, wow. Getting ready to go into the Antarctic summer in a couple of months here. Why, Germany, of course. No, Germany, that's, well, not to give anything away, but there's definitely a German Antarctica thing going on. There's an American and a Russian and a British and an Australian and a Chilean Antarctic thing going on too. All sorts of weirdness down there, guys. Just very, very bizarre. I mean, Hermann Goering sponsoring an expedition to Antarctica? Come on. That's a clue right there, guys. Oh, that's a huge clue. All right, hang on, guys. Just had a question come in here that I got to get printed off. So I'm temporarily out of the chat room. Now, again, that showed up in the wrong box. What is with this? All right, let's see where I put this. Hang on, guys. Oh, oh, okay. That one goes toward the end. That's a good climax to the evening. Oh dear. Ah, das Großdeutsches Reich. Um, well, there is a weird little story about that in Antarctica. Very weird. Thomas, were both Goering and Hess obsessed with the idea of Atlantis? Hess actually, I don't want to give away details of the book. Hess's association with Atlantis is circumstantial. Um, let me handle that when we actually start the pre-chat or start the chat dealing with Marshall's questions. But Hess, the problem with Hess was you're dealing with an individual that had his fingers in just about every significant pie inside the Third Reich that there was. But there are also little indicators that there's a lot more going on with him and the Goering expedition than meets the eye. And most people, most researchers, particularly the so-called academic ones, miss that. It's very astonishing once you see what's going on and what he was up to. Hess was not a stupid man. He was multilingual. He spoke French, obviously German. He spoke Arabic. He spoke English. He was not a stupid man. He certainly had his esoteric interests, but he was also one of the few people in the upper echelons of the Nazi hierarchy that was actually educated. And he's just a very, very odd duck. Let's put it that way. But definitely not a stupid man. This impression that both the British and the Nazi propaganda tried to put out after his flight is just not the case. It's not true that he was nuts. All the strangeness as far as his mental health is concerned goes on after his flight. But again, wait for the book. There's so much high strangeness in it. It's really, there's a good reason. Yeah, the title of the book is, yeah, Hess and the Penguins. I had a bit of fun with the title. The book itself is actually a very, very dark book. Be warned. The title, you know, it just came to me, and I thought, oh, I have to go with that. I have to go with that. But he's an interesting man. But I'll say more about it, you know, once we get to the Marshall's question. Is there any connection with the Vril Society? No. However, there is a direct connection between Hess and the Thule Gesellschaft. Hess is the only documented member of the Nazi hierarchy that was a member of the Thule Gesellschaft. All right. It's long suspected that Hitler was, and I think you can argue a case that he was, but there's no documentation for it. We know that Hess was because he was introduced to the society personally in 1919. And he became a member. He became a member of the Kampfbund Thule, which was kind of one of those paramilitary organizations. So yeah, he definitely had all sorts of connections. Truly astounding connections that he had. He was not a stupid man. What's the best book of mine to begin with on the Nazi topic? The very first one, Reich of the Black Sun. If you want to read, I've been particularly careful about the Nazi sub-series of all those books in the way I've ordered them. I've had to be very, very careful with the order of those books, introducing certain topics in a certain order, in a certain way. This book can, like all the books, it can stand on its own, but you will understand the significance of it much better if you put it in that whole context. Once you put it in that context and start realizing that there are many important things deliberately left unsaid, you'll get it. So yeah, I would say Tula connected to Nimza. Good. That's definitely a possibility. Good insight there. I'll doff my hat. All right. Welcome to K-Tower in the chat room. And once again, of course, my stupid user thing. And Mirror 13. Welcome to Mirror 13. To June. Bunch of people in here that I forgot to say howdy to. Anyway. But yeah, Tomas, I think you're possibly on to a very potent connection there, vis-a-vis Walter Bosley's Nimza theory. And in fact, I'll mention that to him when I see him, because he and I, due to some of the things he said in his last book, he and I have some things to discuss. Anyway, checking the emails again here, guys. We're good. Yeah, there was very, very little that went on in the Third Reich up to 1940, May of 1941, that Hess did not know about. If you want to think of the brains of the Nazi operation, it would be Hermann Goering and Rudolf Hess, by far and away. By far and away. I don't know. I don't remember talking about the good occultists on the Allied side with Catherine. That may have been George Ann Hughes, but I don't remember talking about it with Catherine. All right. 1 hour and 30 minutes before we get started, guys. When reading of Hess's strange imprisonment, I got the impression he defected to the Allied side. Oh, my. Oh, my. Yeah, Hess has always fascinated me, too. This was just the right time to put out the Hess book. How far did I go in solving it? Let me be honest. Nobody has a solution to the Hess mess. There are theories, some of which are better than others. What I've done is I've reviewed the theories. I've taken one particular scenario and added a couple of extra cherries on top of the sundae. And the two cherries I've added are really big ones. Okay, that's there's no other way to put it. You know, the Hess case is like the JFK case. Once you start it, you realize you're dealing with something so immense that leads to so many places. But again, we'll say more about it once we get to Marshall's questions. Yeah, Mary Hess mess, that's for sure. And that's what I call it in the books, guys, is the Hess mess. Well, everybody, eudemonist, basically everybody who has investigated the Hess mess has maintained that he was on a peace mission. That is true, and that is part of my scenario. But once you see what he was up to, it's much bigger than just a peace mission. Much, 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 much bigger. He was playing for the whole shebang. Anyway, is it facile to think that Hess was mind controlled by Talmudists? No comment, Baz. Read the book. Read the book is all I can say. That whole thing goes, like I said, it goes into so many different directions. I had to do this book before the other book that I was also writing, because once it became clear to me all of the ramifications of it, I knew that I had to flip the order of books. Okay? There's so much going on. There is so much going on. It is, K-Tower says, I always had an inexplicable feeling he was a good guy. Was he? Answer, short answer, yes, he was. That's the short answer. The real answer is much more complicated. Sorry to be so ambiguous, K-Tower, but I can't put it any other way. I want to, but unless you have all the details and have read the book, it will make no sense. It will make no sense. And I give a lot of clues, hints, that I don't, very deliberately, that I do not follow up on in any detail. I point you in certain directions and want to make you think. I did not dare spell them out. Yeah, and he was a Nazi. There's no two questions about it. He was a dedicated Nazi. Welcome to Stephen Heppel. But K-Tower, let me tell you something. One of his nicknames in Nazi Germany prior to his flight, and it was even a nickname that was popularized in Nazi propaganda from time to time. Hess was called the conscience of the party. You can get it at Adventures Unlimited Press. Blake Cosmos in the chat room. Welcome to Blake. Okay, I've obviously got to catch up here. Let's see. Just to make sure. VGH, welcome to the chat room. VGH, you're a newbie, so let us know what country you're in. Shoe Dog, welcome to Shoe Dog. Let us know where you're from. I don't remember. Let's see. I think I said hello to Mirror 13 and RB44, but in case I didn't, hello. Anyway. Ooh, bad itch there, folks. Sorry about that. It's all these hats I wear. You know, there are times I wish my dad had not started me on the hat thing. But that was back in the day that gentlemen wore hats. So did women. The ladies always wore hats. VGH is from the USSA, he says. Radiohead. Radiohead hasn't been here in a while. Radiohead, give us a reminder of what country you're in. Yeah, that's definitely one of those things, that business of him being the conscience of the party. That's definitely one of those things that make you go, hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I remember those hats too, K-Tower. The hats had little veils sometimes. I remember those. Radiohead, it says that he's in Nuttyfornia. Yeah, it is an immoral philosophy, that's for sure. That's for sure, Baz. Well, it's a mess of a book, let me tell you. For once, my preface is only 2 pages long. You'll find out why once you get it. The conscience of the party is due to the fact that Hess was not afraid to challenge Hitler and some of the other crazies on some of their ideas. It is Tim H. It's a mess of a book because it's a mess of a subject. You'll find out why. You'll find out why. Do I go into how Hess died? Answer, yes. Yes, I do. Hitler hijacked Hess's movement. Read the book and then re-ask that question when you read the book. There's no new discoveries in the book. There is an attention to details that others have ignored. They don't cast a wide enough net. But to see why, you have to go through everything that others have said. Hess wrote significant portions of Mein Kampf. The title of Mein Kampf is Hess's title, not Hitler's. The portions of Mein Kampf that Hess wrote were actually the portions dealing with geopolitics. Welcome to Kenny. What country are you in, Kenny? I forget. Yeah, but Hess did write the significant portions of Mein Kampf that are not turgid. Let's put it that way. Plus, he titled the book. No, Hess was not Jesuit trained. Hess was a Lutheran, was raised that way, schooled that way. He was born in, oh, that's right, Caribbean, Puerto Rico. Welcome to Kenny. Hess was born and raised in Alexandria, Egypt, in the German quarter. He was definitely an educated, upper middle class type of German, which is unusual in and of itself. The only other one that would even be remotely comparable in terms of their intellect would have been Hermann Goering. He is an interesting man for sure. Is it too late? No, but use the direct email, Marshall. Now what's going on? What is the deal with this weird, wacky thing that Firefox is doing? I don't get this. But yeah, use that email link that I sent you before, Marshall, and kind of let me know when you send it so that I can be on the lookout in all the different folders that emails apparently are going into now. Did Hess have any connections with Java? No, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. A fascinating man. Busy Dealer in the chat room. Welcome to Busy Dealer. Yes, Goering did spend a lot of time in Sweden. His first wife was Swedish. Could it be argued that the war was more about a clash between what became of the Sonora Club and Nimza? No, I don't think so. I think that would be going too far. But I will tell you that the war was about a lot more than meets the eye. Let's put it that way. Guys, I can't tell you how weirdly mixed up my emails are. Just very weird. Okay. Busy Dealer says she just got off of work. I know that's a long day, Busy Dealer. Take the shoes off, kick the feet up, sit back and relax. Don't think about cards. When is the book going to be available? I was told sometime in mid-September, so about a month from now. It is at the printer. World War II history needs a serious rewrite. That is putting it very mildly. Am I going to tell you that the war was actually over penguins? In a certain sense, yes. Yep. Yep. Come on, Marshall. All those blogs about penguins. It's not up at Amazon simply because the distributor, not the publisher, the distributor puts up the notice of books on Amazon. That's the reason that you can only get it now for pre-sale of on Adventures Unlimited. If I had been a young man in Germany in the 1930s instead of a young man in Midwest America, would I have been sympathetic to the Nazi way of thinking? And welcome, Kit K. Albert. I would have been sympathetic to the extent that the provisions of the Versailles Treaty were very unjust, although not as unjust as the provisions of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk that Germany imposed on Russia when Russia surrendered in World War I. I would not have been sympathetic in the slightest degree to Nazi racial theory and all the kookery behind that. I would have been like most Germans, kind of, well, okay, yeah, they make some sense on some things, but this other stuff, no. That's probably what I would have been. Their whole racial doctrine, just totally nuts, totally nuts. So yeah, partially sympathetic, but on the Nazi bandwagon, definitely not, definitely not. Excuse me. Marshall is taking his time getting his additional questions submitted. The email has been sent, he says. So, where is it going? What folder is it going to magically appear in next? Well, it's not here yet. Yeah, people, that's really the case. People voted for economic prosperity. A lot of the racial stuff came out of the US, yes, and a lot of it came from people like Guido von List and Lanz von Liebenfels. Okay, come on. Do I have to refresh everything manually, stupid computer? Sorry, guys. I'm having one of those computer frustration moments. Well, Marshall, it still has not arrived, so... Down Under says, how was it that the Nazis were engineering geniuses? It wasn't the Nazis, it was the legacy of all of the things that had been put into place during the German Empire. The German Empire stressed the sciences and engineering to a great degree, and the government subsidized them to a great degree. So the Nazis were really the beneficiaries of a big academic engineering infrastructure that they inherited and a way of looking at things. How responsible is Madame Blavatsky and thinkers like her for Nazi racial theories? I think a great deal, as a matter of fact, because the trail from Blavatsky through Guido von List and Lanz von Liebenfels and Rudolf von Zebottendorf is very, very direct. The concepts are basically hers. Have I stated my idea about why Hess decided to parachute into the UK? Yes. Basically, I'm in agreement with everybody else that has researched it and that he was on some sort of peace mission. But that's not the whole story. Definitely not the whole story. All right, come on here. Email, work with me. Still not showing up, Paulo. Anyway, do I think there are higher dimensional entities which drive racial violence? with respect to Blavatsky. Huh. Let's put it this way. I think that's definitely a possibility. If you believe in such things, yeah, I think it's a possibility. Okay, still checking my emails here. And still not getting any questions, Marshall. All right, Kurt or Christian, sleep well. Enjoy the vid chat when you do listen to it. You know, this book has me in a bit of trepidation because if people, it will be very easy for many people to misread schematics. Do I think it was the real Hess in Spandau prison? Read the book. Read the book. I mean, come on, folks. I can answer these questions, but the answer, whether I answer yes or no, that doesn't tell you anything. It's how you get to the answer that is the important point. And especially so in this case. Especially so in this case. Absolutely nothing, Paolo, from you yet. So I'm guessing you may have not used the correct email. How many Hesses were there? His son must have known the game. Really? Oh my. Not necessarily, you demonist. Remember, Hess's son was only 3.5 years old when his father flew off to Scotland. And then he doesn't get to meet his father until the 1960s. Blake Cosmos says, well, we already know there were 2 Churchills, which is 3 too many in my view. Oh, dear. Cable email. That may be why it's not showing up, Paulo. Because I'm not seeing it. I'll refresh my email window again. But it's just, no, it still didn't do it. I'm even looking in my deleted folder, which is where Firefox sent it before, which it shouldn't have done. Folks, you keep asking questions about the book that I can't answer. The devil is always in the details. Hess was not too late. Let's put it that way. Oh my. You guys will find out why I'm laughing once you read the book all the way through. Oh my. Is there a planned sequel to Transhumanism? Not immediately. There are books that will follow up on some of the themes, let's put it that way, that I have planned. All right, Katie, Rest well. Rest well. Tomas says, need to read the book, but working theory, World War II is about old power structures trying to keep control after too many new factions had risen up. Well, that's a ding, ding, ding. Remember you said that, Tomas, after you've read the book. After you've read the book. Good grief. Paulo, I think we have a case of the disappearing email. It's not here. Yeah, there were lots of Hitler doubles. If you bother to collect pictures of Hitler, you'll start to notice differences. Stories of folks with G, says Kit K. Albert. I don't know what G is. Paulo, no, I may not see it that way. There's the email. Just in case you may have sent it to the wrong email, but I'm just not seeing anything. In fact, my email is not moving for some reason, and I've refreshed. Many times. Anyway. One hour to go, guys. 1 hour. I think it's going to be one of those vid chats tonight. I really do. I really, really think it's going to be one of those vid chats. We've already had some really kind of heavy duty discussion in the pre-chat. No, we don't have such a large volume of questions, which is fine. I need the break, but we do have questions that are going to require going around Harvey's barn because they're kind of open-ended. I wanted to find certain books that people have made reference to. Boz says, I suppose Hess coming from the Middle East has nothing to do with his early programming. I think it has not necessarily a great deal to do, but I think it does have a significant deal to do with his outlook on things. Because the way it looks to me, Boz, is that a lot of Hess's kind of urbanity comes from his early exposure in Alexandria, not only to the other foreign quarters in that city, but to Egyptian culture and so on. He was not your typical Nazi leader. About the only one that I can think of that would probably equal him in his exposure to high society and things like that would be Hjalmar Schacht. Hess was multilingual. He was probably the only major Nazi leader that was fluent in, and able to carry on conversation in several languages. He's kind of an odd duck in that respect. All right. I have to get certain books off the shelves to prepare for an hour, so let me be right back. Uh-oh. Okay. All right, back. And I believe, yep, Jay Trout in the chat room. Welcome to Jay. All right. Huh, weird. So yeah, I went to get the books that people are referring to off the shelves so that the rest of you can kind of have a point of reference once we get started. Jay asks, why does it rain every time the Perseids come around? Well, at least it's raining in your area, Jay. It would be nice if we had some just gentle, steady rain here. We're going to get started here, guys, in just about 1 hour, a little under 1 hour, 59 minutes, give or take a few minutes. Going to be an interesting chat, that's for sure. I just have that feeling. I knew it was going to be an interesting vid chat because the first question I opened up today and printed off was Karambit's question. Okay. There's definitely something in the ether this time. And the next question, yep. I even had to make notes on some of them this time, guys, to remember to talk about everything. And of course, I'll probably forget to look at the notes and therefore forget to talk about everything. But anyway. Richard Kennison, welcome. Wow, Richard. It's been a while, so give us a reminder of what country you're in. What is going on here? Paolo, I think your question went into internet limbo, your email, because it's still not here. And I'm checking every folder I can think of to figure out where it might have gone. The last time it went straight into the deleted folder. I don't know why. I've had like in the last 2 weeks, I've had about 20 emails from people go straight into the deleted folder. And I cannot figure out why. US of A, all right. Oh dear. 40 people in the chat room. I better look at my window here just to make sure I got everybody. I think probably I have managed to catch everybody, but John Rhodes. Been a while since John has joined us. Welcome to John Rhodes in the United Kingdom. Wow. Welcome back, John. Gordon White says, it's always about, now that I remember, I have a long question to ask and decide whether I want to type it all up or just sit back and listen. Well, come on, you know, that's what these vid chats are for. Blake Cosmos asks, has everyone noticed the hype surrounding the upcoming eclipse? I've noticed it. It's kind of bizarre. It's kind of bizarre. Oh, pardon me, guys. I've been up a while. He posted question number 3. Paulo, in the chat window, it moves around, and it's very hard for me to get question 3. All right, let me try and capture that. Paulo is insistent that I get this question. So here we go. I got it, I think. All right, here we go. Hopefully that will print. Yay. All right, Paulo. Yay, I got it. Okay. Okay. That's a fair question. All right, guys, I have run out of cigarettes, so you know my routine. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. If I'm looking down, I'm just going to make some cigarettes. And let's see here. Wait a minute. Whoa, before I start making cigarettes. Kit K. Albert says, I'm here in my RV in the middle of nowhere and everywhere. What I wanted to ask is if the whole idea of evil guy Nazi ever came up in your childhood. My father's family was threatened because our name was Schmidt. He told me these stories, and until I found your research, it made no sense, but I always got this feeling of we are smarter than other Americans from him. Does that make any sense? Plus, he did not believe Germans killed that many Jews until the day he died. Well, there's always been a kind of Holocaust denial. I'm certainly not in that camp. I can understand why a traditional German would think that, because it is really something so horrifyingly foreign to someone brought up before the Nazi era, you know, with traditional German cultural virtues and so on. I think the denial comes out of that. I am a Holocaust revisionist in that I do think probably the numbers are actually smaller than they should be, which puts me in a whole different category that very few people are really even entertaining. And there's reasons for that. I give a hint of it in the book. A hint. But the whole thing is very, very murky. The problem with the numbers is something that most people forget, and that is the Ashkenazim population in Eastern Europe was not nearly as closely tracked in internal censuses as were the Sephardim population in the rest of Europe. So there's always the open possibility that things go upward. Yeah, you know, the English have innocent blood on their hands. Basically, everybody's got innocent blood on their hands, guys. That's the bad news. The English, the French, the Spanish, the Italians, you know, everybody's played the game at one point or another. The Chinese, you know, everybody's done it. Everybody's done it. Genocide is always a temptation to stupid people. Rosenshad in the chat room. Welcome to Rosenshad. Kurt says not the Irish. Go back a ways, quite a ways. I mean, the modern Irish, probably not, but, you know. Again, folks, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. If I miss your comments in the chat room, it's because I'm focusing my attention down here on my board with my tobacco and my cigarette injection machine and so on. Schematics. There's a website called What Really Happened Info. Posts the declassified decryption of concentration camp monthly reports. Did Conler use the bell to transmute slaves into the free-floating energy? No. No. No evidence for that. No evidence for that. That would have been a colossal waste of a very expensive piece of equipment. They would have been concentrated on trying to figure out the physics and how to engineer it to some sort of usable technology. Jay Trout says, I think what really happened info is disinfo. Isn't that Sorchafall? I don't know anything about the website. Sorchafall is dubious. Sometimes you can find interesting stuff there, but it's all cloaked in such a tapestry of nonsense. I think it was the Sorchafal that was behind that story, Jay, that appeared last year or the year before, that Saudi Arabia had found some sort of very ancient artifact as they were in the midst of construction of parts of the new Grand Mosque in Mecca. And then the Saudis turned it over to the Russians so that the Russian Orthodox Patriarch could go down to Antarctica and perform ancient rituals over it. And I read that and I thought, what? Come on. I mean, if you believe that one, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell, cheap. And if you want the bridge in Brooklyn, I've got a package deal on other bridges. So, you can pick up the Brooklyn Bridge and the Queensboro Bridge and the Verrazano Narrows as part of a package deal. Oh yeah, I've heard. Yeah, in the chat room they're talking about the typhoid explanation for the for the death camps. I've heard that one too. I mean, they are desperate to make that the Holocaust go away, and I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I'm not buying that one. Okay, hang on, guys. I just got this. Okay, don't need to go there. I've got it. All right. Jay Trout says David Booth, aka Sorchafal, former CIA. I've heard that too, Jay. It doesn't surprise me. Given some of the shills that pop up on this website from time to time and other websites, would not surprise me in the least. Rosenshad says, could I share a really funny joke? Uh-oh, says it was removed. No, I don't think that's the same David Booth, not the author of The Secret History of the World. If David Booth is the author of that, even more interesting. If he's the same CIA David Booth that we're talking about, that would be really interesting. Really, really interesting. If you can ever find that out, do by all means share it with us. Because I think that would open up a whole new can of worms. Boz asks a very good question. Was there a connection between Hess and the Society of Lizards? Good question, Boz. I'm not aware of any. However, given the fact that Hitler and Hess were very, very close friends, Hess was one of the few people that Hitler would address with the German informal du, all right? Because there is a claim in Paul Winkler that Hitler was inducted into the Society of Lizards, Hess would absolutely more than likely have known about it. And it is possible, given their closeness, that Hess may have been inducted into it as well, but I am not aware of any documentary evidence that Hess had any association with that society. I really don't know. I really don't know. Oh, Mark Booth. Stephen Heppel. Yeah, you're right. It's Mark Booth, not David Booth. You're quite right. Yeah, the author of The Secret History of the World as recounted by the secret societies. Yeah, that's Mark Booth. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I didn't mean to set you off on a wild goose chase there, Kurt. Now, of course, if Mark Booth's middle name is David Booth, then we're back to square one. Oh, wow. What do I think of Joseph Campbell's books? I like them. I think I like them insofar as he gets to the archetypes. I think in many cases he makes short shrift of the theological positions of different religions, Buddhism, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, but in the main I like them. I think overall he paints a very accurate picture of the mentality of people. You know, that's what when I read the books, that's what resonated with me. As I could think of people that I have known in my life that had those mentalities that he described in those books. Daphne from Down Under is here. Welcome to Daphne. Mark David Boothman. Who is Mark David Boothman? Well, they are a slog because they are intensely academic. I will grant you that. Those books are difficult reading because he's addressing people that have a great deal of exposure to a lot of those different things. But nevertheless, they are very, very good books. Mark David Boothman, that's an interesting book. Or interesting name, I should say. Yeah, Mark David Chapman, a cult fan, the murder of John Lennon. So Daphne is back with us. Welcome back, Daphne. Okay, we have another question. Hang on, guys. Got to print this one out. Hang on, guys. This one looks like an extensive one. That's good. Touche, Gordon. That's good. Huh. Interesting. Where am I going to put that one? I think that has to go here. All right. Oops. That was a Gordon giggle. Yeah, you just got. He has a certain turn of phrase. That's pretty amusing. Oh, wow. All right, another question. Uh-oh, hang on, guys. Got to print out this one. Guys, get your questions in earlier. You've got 2 weeks. You're making me work at the last minute. I should be relaxing. Okay, hang on. Oh, that's a weird one. That's going to have to go. Hang on, guys. I'm not looking at my chat window. Winston, 1984, in the chat room. Welcome. All right, let's see. Okay, hang on. That's an odd one. All right, that's going to have to go here. All right, any rants this evening? He's in a mood for a rant. I don't think there's going to be any rants. I do think there's probably going to be around Harvey's barn discourses. Anyway, let's see. Better refresh my user window here, make sure I've said hello to all the newbies that have just entered the chat room. Okay. Wow, 52. All right. So the newbies in the chat room: Rosenchad, Stephen Heppel, Winston 1984, K Tower, Naomi Zentmeyer, VGH. Let's see, anybody else? Debbie in Southern California. Ilza Freeman. Let's see. And welcome back to John Rhodes once again. Been a long time since we've seen John. Radiohead. Okay, so they're the newbies that just entered the chat room. We have 52 guys showing up in the chat room right now, 60 on YouTube. That might be a record. I don't know what our record is anymore. So it's going to be an interesting talk tonight, guys. I can tell you that. Cross your fingers I don't get bumped from a storm, from a power outage. Radiohead is old school. Well, yeah, but we haven't seen him here in a while. Steve Heppel says, I'm not new. Oh, Steven, don't open yourself up like that. There are so many comebacks to that one. You'll notice I'm being a gentleman and refraining. So, anyway. So hope my voice holds out, guys. Who keeps messaging me here on Facebook? All right. The marshal warns us that there will be some questions about water tonight. I can only imagine, Marshall. Jeez. Touche. I'll give you a touche for that. 61 viewers on the YouTube and 52 in the chat room tonight, guys, which is a pretty good turnout. given the fact that it's still summer, people still on vacations. A cult fan says we're learning about Jung and journeying in rune soup lately. John Rhodes says he's been lurking under the depths as HMS Trenchant. Okay, now you tell us. Okay. Gee. Well, welcome back under your original name anyway. uh, all right. Half an hour to go, guys. Half an hour. Totally weird, Marshall. Your question still has not ever shown up. Oh, we got it anyway. Baz, what was Hess's appreciation of sex? Did he believe males were divine and females were only human? No. Weird question. I didn't run into any indication that Hess's sexuality or sexual views was weird or anything like that. There are rumors that are really not very well substantiated that he was a homosexual. But other than that, there's nothing out there on his views on it in any way. I would be, given his personality and his background, I'd be very, very surprised, really, that he entertained any ideas like that. He just, even though he had some weird interests, I haven't run into anything like that. Anyway, Rosenshad says, have you ever read The Pink Swastika? Jonah Goldberg referenced it in his book, Liberal Fascism. I have heard of that book. Isn't that the book that's trying to make the case that Hitler was a homosexual or had psychological issues of repression with it or something like that? I've heard of the book. I have not read it. All right, checking emails again, guys. I think we're good. K-Tower says, yeah, I don't think about those late submissions. I don't think the Giza ether percolates until a few days before Vidchat. That's true. I think that's true. At least in my case, it is. Rosenshad says that Jonah Goldberg's argument is that most of all the high-ranking Nazis were homosexuals. Well, that's interesting. Himmler was married. That's not an indication these days, but Himmler was married. Goering was married twice. Hess was married. Most of the ones that I know of, I would have to look at that book. I do think, now that you mention it, Rosenshad, that there's a lot about the Nazi cultists, all those big rallies and stuff, that could be perceived as very homoerotic. Howdy, Karambit. You've been lurking in the room. Anyway. Still trying to monitor my emails here, guys. It's been all messed up all week. Albert Speer's biographer digested a homoerotic relationship with Hitler. I do tend to think that there may be a little bit to that because of their quote-unquote living arrangements in Landsberg prison, plus the fact that they were, as I guess, as far as you could be a friend to Adolf Hitler, whatever that means. Um, they were close friends, and they used the familiar form of address when they addressed each other privately. Anyway, yeah, there was an OSS effort, a study called The Mind of Adolf Hitler. I believe it was Paul Langer that wrote that book. Um, there was also a study, if I remember correctly, that the Austrian Chancellor Dollfuss made, although I don't think that was strictly a psychological profile attempt. But yeah, in the Paul Langer book, The Mind of Adolf Hitler, he also suggests some sort of suppressed, if I remember correctly, because it's been years since I read that book. I have it in my library. He also suggests, if I remember correctly, some sort of homoerotic repression in Hitler. I don't remember exactly why he comes to that conclusion. I think part of it was, he had a very domineering, brutal father and a very doting mother. Um, but there was something else, and I can't place my finger on it. Winston 1984 says that he, meaning Hitler, had a huge complex about his mother. Yeah, he did. He did. If I remember correctly, he always kept a picture of her on his desks. The only reference he makes to his father in Mein Kampf was, to the beatings and temper tantrums and things like that. Karambit says lots of Mexicans here with German surnames. Jose Maria Schultz, Pepe Juan Kurtz, Philip Salvador Oppenheimer. Jeez. I, you'll have to tell me where that part of Mexico is, Karambit, if I ever get down there. That'll be a place I'll avoid. Jeez. Kurt asks, do you think those OSS efforts were propaganda or legit? They were not publicly released. So no, I don't think they were propaganda. I think that was a legitimate attempt to get some sort of psychological profile on him. What I find interesting, Kurt, is since we're talking about psychological profiles, there does appear to be a little bit of evidence that Churchill's government undertook some sort of psychological profiling of Hitler, but no one has ever been able to point to that type of publicly released study. I have no doubt that the British did that, probably even before Churchill took the premiership. Probably, if you really want to get down to it, it was probably done under the Chamberlain government. But there's little tiny indicators here and there that they did this, but there's never been any published documentation to that effect. Yeah, the OSS was a den of vipers, that's for sure. Catherine 60 in Canada, welcome. Just entering the chat room with us. Uh-oh, what happened there? What did I just do? Why did that happen? Oh, all right. Hang on, guys. My automatic thing just bumped me from the chat room. My time expired. I hate that stuff. So I've got to get back into the chat room here. Sorry about that. If you guys are saying things to me and I'm not responding, I'm not in there just right yet. I'm trying to get back in. I really, really hate these automatic timer things. It just drives me nuts. It's like, come up with yet another aggravating way that you can meddle with our lives. All right. Redshift in the chat room. Welcome to Redshift. Let us know where what country you're in, Redshift. Starting in about 22 minutes, Tim. Tim is going to the store. All right, let's see who I missed here. I think I've got everybody covered. We'll say hello to everybody again at the top of the start of the vid chat. The pedal. The pedal. You're new. So let us know what country you're in. And same to you, Redshift. I don't remember what country you're in. Geiger says, ta-da. Geiger is in the chat room and has submitted questions in the form of the usual tome. Jeez. Geiger, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. You seem to want to destroy what remains of my voice. However, I heard only 3 pages of extraordinarily tiny. Geiger, quit this. Stop it. I'm going to prohibit you. Tiny. I have old man eyes here. I can't hardly see this stuff. Anyway, all right. Jeez. Rant over. All right. Let's see. Got to figure out. I got to quickly read this, guys, to figure out where to put this. Oh, don't. All right. I've got to put that. Let's see here. Not there. Not there. Not there. Not there, but we're getting close. We're going to put it there. Geiger says, I can't choose the font size on my iPad. Then use a computer? No, that's okay, Geiger. It's just in the future, try and send them earlier. That way I'll have time. I'll just photocopy or just do a copy and paste and then put them on Word and enlarge the print so that my eyes don't have to squint so much. If you can get them in earlier, I can do that. It's just with such short time remaining and everybody's yammering like crazy in the chat room. I got to keep my eyes on the chat room rather than try and fiddle with Microsoft right now. And we all know how pleasant that is. I'll just have to squint. Geiger says, I'm actually a part of the Illuminati. I've been sent to kill your voice. You're a card-carrying member of the Illuminati. Join the club. I lost my card from the University of Oxford. That makes me a card-carrying member of the Illuminati. I never will forget that show on George Ann Hughes. I mean, really. Yes, the Illuminati are so secret they give you cards. It takes all kinds. That's all I can say. The pedal. Yes, I'm still waiting for the pedal to tell us what country the pedal is in. And redshift too, unless I missed them. Geiger says my mother is screaming from the background that you should know that I do nothing on time. Special license plates and handshakes. Yes, I forgot. The pedal is in London in the United Kingdom. Yes, I forgot the special license plates, the bumper stickers, and handshakes. Every secret society has to have them. Jeez. Ah. What can I say, guys? What can I say? Freefall in the chat room. Good morning to Freefall in the land down under. 54 people is what I'm showing in the chat room. 67 viewers on YouTube. That may be some sort of record. I don't know. So anyway, getting started in about 15 minutes. Winston 1984 says, yes, even Adamski and his Venusian had handshakes. Yeah, that's true. They did. They did. Geiger says, who wants to see some fire and fury rain down on Kim Jong whoever? Personally, I don't. Have I ever been attacked by ultra-dimensional demonic beings? If so, can you share? I was told never to ask this question, but I just had to. I have had experience where, yes, I have sensed the presence of an absolutely heavy, oppressive presence coming through my computer. This was years and years ago. And I was trying to help an individual who was under that kind of assault. We think we got rid of it, but in the process of doing that, yes, there was just a very, very sudden, overwhelming, heavy pressure that was very bad. And I immediately turned the computer off. It's a story. I mean, take it for whatever it's worth. I have had other little incidents, yeah, that have given me some pause, but they were dealt with. Did I feel I had the power to combat this thing, or was it overwhelming? Well, no, I never feel like I have the power to combat them. Anyway. Let me see if I've missed anybody real fast here, folks, while we're in a little pause. I don't think I have, but Katu, I missed Katu. So welcome to Katu. Let us know what country you're in there. We are all over the board tonight, let me tell you, in terms of who's present, what countries they're in. They are that powerful. Naomi Zentmeyer. Actually, I said hello to you earlier. Are they that powerful? I would estimate, if I were to give a percentage to it, I would estimate 99% of them, yes. I have never sought any such contacts. I don't want such contacts. When they have occurred, on the rare occasions, it has been a rather interesting experience. But as I say, they were dealt with. Billy Shears in the chat room. Just came in the chat room. So welcome to Billy. Okay, guys, 12 minutes. Count them, 12. And we are going to get started with what I think will probably be one of the more unusual vid chats we've ever had, for a variety of reasons when we get into the chat. Mate 87 snuck into the chat room. I didn't see you, Mate. So welcome to Mate in Estonia. So imagine that, guys. Estonia to Australia by way of Belgium, Germany, various countries in the United Kingdom, Mexico, and so on. Enrico says, I just had an American Spirit cigarette. Still not good enough, Enrico. Got to go out and buy your own tobacco and roll your own. And through the nostrils of Iowa, I forget. Yes, we had to go through, which I still have not found out where the nostrils of Iowa are, but I have several contenders for that title. Do we have any synchronicity in the questions? Yes, there's about three more or less major different areas or themes. Pardon me. We have politics and history sorts of things. We've got some kind of culture cosmology things. And then we have, I don't know, maybe miscellaneous is the best way to put it. And Norway. Yes, I forgot about Norway. Sorry about that, TSC. I see it's getting to the point, folks, there's so many countries and so many usernames popping in and out of vid chats now, I can't keep up with all the countries that are represented. A cult fan says, I want an American cigarette, Polynesian woman, and some sweet cannabis from everywhere. 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes, counting down. Nat Sherman cigarettes. Boy, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. A long time. Karambit says, I once met the exorcist for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Los Angeles, who told me these beings are quite powerful, and talking about them only makes them more powerful. I never believed him. I was thinking it was all psychological, but living in a country that thrives on the occult changed that for me. That would be a good question for a vid chat. Actual submitted question. We're too close to the start here for me to start trying to talk about that. He is correct in that it does kind of feed them. Enrico says the doc would be a great. Thank you, Enrico. Thank you. I think I would be a good character actor too. Certain types of character. I can see myself as Sidney Greenstreet, one of my favorites. Oh, you are a character, Mr. Spade. You are a character. Anyway, the wise man in the chat room. Welcome to the wise man. Got to tell us what country you're in since you're new here, wise man. That's the rule for newbies. Cult fan says, when I get into a movie, I'm calling you up post haste. Actually, guys, I gotta confess, when I used to live in Oklahoma, I actually tried out for a casting in a locally produced movie as a professor, kind of an evil professor. And I got the part, but my schedule fell apart and their funding fell apart. But it was kind of interesting to actually go to an actual screen casting with all these strange people reading for a part and stuff. Very weird. Very, very weird. Did I watch Arrival yet? No, I'm sorry, Geiger. I haven't. This week has been a weird week schedule-wise. There were some minor things left to do with the book and so on and so forth. So I've been kind of, I don't know, not busy, but just busy with busyness. Let's put it that way. I don't know if that makes sense. John Rhodes says, is there a post office box or address I could send a cigarette lighter to you? The best way to get in touch with me is through my publishers. Adventures Unlimited is fairly good about forwarding stuff to me. But please remember, every time you send something to my publisher, they take out the postage from my royalties. So if you want to send it with postage included, that would help. Nuclear in the chat room, welcome. We are at 60 right now in the chat room and 67 in YouTube. All right, guys, 6:25, 5 minutes. And I'm going to refresh my chat room window here as I'm winding down on my last cigarette and get us started shortly, hopefully. Oh, don't do this, computer. All right, we're good. I think that 61, I think that is a new record, Eudemonist, in the actual chat room. I think we've actually broken 70 on the viewers thing in the YouTube screen. Anyway, 4 more minutes, so I got to finish this cigarette in a jiffy. But yeah, I think you're right, Eudemonist. I think 61 is now the record for the actual chat room itself. Oh no, a cult fan says no. We've had at least 66. I must have missed that. So 67, he says. Well, we'll call it 66. Yeah, that's the most I've ever seen. But you know, half the time when I'm reading, I'm not paying attention to the chat room. So he may be right, but it's the most I've ever seen. Blake Cosmos says a cult fan is correct. We've had 66. Well, pretty cool. All right, so the record's 66. We'll see if I can start it right on the nose tonight, guys. Doing the last minute check of all of the email folders that Firefox for some reason is slotting emails into. Anyway, anyone have any thoughts on this alleged Chester-Bennington Podesta connection? First I've heard of it. First thing I've heard of it. All right, we are counting down. We are on the way. Nuclear says globalists have been dropping like flies lately. Oh, gee, I'm so sad to hear that. Oh yeah, that's true, Geiger. It's true. After all the money I've made them. Okay, guys, 1 minute to go. We are now on the official countdown. T minus 55 seconds and counting. Tim says he's back. You may begin. Well, thank you. Geiger says he would be bankrupt. Uh-oh, I think my lawn service showed up to mow my lawn tonight of all times. So if you hear lawnmowers going in the background, please excuse. All right. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there we go, folks. Here's the beginning of the official Vidchat doff the hat moment. And let's get started by saying howdy to everybody in the chat room. Nuclear, the wise man who's joining us new, a newbie. Let us know what country you're in. Blake Cosmos, Tim H., a cult fan, Geiger, K-Tower, Glasda Drethio, who's joining us, he or she says, from the nostrils of Iowa. Let's see, Busy Dealer, Thomas in Wales, Karambit in Mexico, Kurt, Enrico in Southern California, Winston 1984, Eudemonist, Just a Whoa, man, Freefall in, oh boy, now it decides to recycle everybody's names. I Love Sushi, Winston 1984, Eudemonist, Just a Whoa, man, Naomi Zentmeyer, VGH, Kenny is joining us in Puerto Rico. P-Bud from Warsaw in Poland. Down Under ET in Australia. Katu, Debbie in Southern California. Alchemia, D-Har 3. Schematics. Black Empty Set is back. Welcome to the Empty Set. Cool username. John Rhodes joining us from the United Kingdom. Ailsa Freeman, Stephen Heppel from the United Kingdom, Ben Farrell, Billy Shears, Rosenshad, Daphne O in Australia, Baz in Australia, Gordon White in the UK, Trevor V, I think in the UK, Catherine 60 in Canada, the Marshall D'Aosta, and Redshift, still no word from Redshift on the country there, J Trout, Genie, Chimes, Xenophon joining us in Germany, Mate 87 in Estonia, June. Leon is joining us in Brazil, I think. I Love Sushi, Kit K. Albert, Nancy Farrar Bizantra joining us in Belgium. The Pedal, Dan Pohl, Mirror 13, Radiohead, and RB44. We've got 61 people right now in the chat room. We're starting it off with the Marshall D'Asta, who says, number one, in preparation for your upcoming book on Mr. Hess and the Penguins, I refer to your late friend Jim Marrs and his book, The Rise of the Fourth Reich. In that book, he devotes an entire chapter titled The Strange Case of Rudolf Hess. And folks, I cannot emphasize how strange the case really is. And let me stop and mention here, guys, the Hess case, like JFK, for some reason, this year is the year that a lot of stuff supposedly was to be declassified. So part of the reason for my timing in wanting to do that book quickly is because the documents trail in the Hess matter are already very, very badly tainted. All right. In my opinion, the Hess case is as significant an event for the 20th century as is the JFK assassination, as is the Oklahoma City bombing. It's as significant as 9/11. It is a huge, huge, and hugely misunderstood case. So just to add that to what the Marshal has said. Anyway, I refer you to your late friend Jim Marrs' book, The Rise of the Fourth Reich. And in that book, he devotes an entire chapter titled The Strange Case of Rudolf Hess to the twisted dealings, occult connections, and political connections, and the flight of Hess to Scotland in May of 1941, May 10th to be exact. In brief, Marrs recounts a tale by Picknett, Prince, and Pryor in their book, Double Standards, which incidentally is a book that figures heavily in mine, in which Mr. Hess, an especially outfitted Messerschmitt 110, gets lost, and that's true, but still manages to parachute out of his aircraft near Glasgow. Hess is picked up by a farmer, also true, and demands to be taken to see the Duke of Hamilton, also true, but that's not the end of the story. Hess is promptly arrested. Then in August of 1942, there is an incident involving a Sunderland seaplane carrying a member of the royal family, the Duke of Kent, also true, King George's younger brother, which crashes while taking off from a Scottish lake. Yes, in their reconstruction, true. The authors connect the dots. Hess was being kept in seclusion near a Scottish lake. Churchill never enjoyed the full support of King George VI at the beginning of the war. Also true. Nazi Germany, thwarted in their attempt to take Moscow in 1941, needed a strong Western ally. The British, at a low in 1942, alone and pinched by the U-boats in the Atlantic, needed the pressure taken off. Now, this is where your timeline is scrambled. Hess flew to Great Britain on May 10th, 1941. This is about a month and a week and a half before the beginning of Operation Barbarossa. So whatever Hess's mission has to deal with, it is not the military situation that obtained in 1942. Okay, this is crucial. All of this leads to the political intrigue involving members of the British aristocracy and the Duke of Kent, who was installed in 1939 as the Grand Master of British Freemasonry by his brother, King George VI. The deal was to have the Duke of Kent and Hess make an announcement in Sweden of a peace agreement between the British Empire and Nazi Germany, an announcement that would topple the Churchill government in England. But the Sunderland seaplane taking them to Sweden seems to have gone boom shortly after the takeoff. Let's jump straight into the lake. What do you make of this tale of Hess, the Duke, the plane, the Scottish lake, secret brotherhoods, and an alliance between Great Britain and Nazi Germany. Do the details contained in the book Double Standard check out? What are your thoughts on the connections between the Nazi occult, the Nazi Brotherhood of the SS, which Hess held the second highest rank, and British Freemasonry? Um, without getting into the details, the basic scenario, in my opinion, that Picknett, Prince, and Pryor in their book outline, and in fact, it's not an outline. The book is about 500 plus pages. It's a thick, very detailed book. The basic scenario that they outline is true, but again, Marshall, the devil is in the details, and there's a lot more than just what Jim Marrs outlined in that chapter. I don't want to get into it until the book is out. However, in its basic outlines, that Hess was trying to strike a deal with certain segments of the British aristocracy, including the royal family, is a scenario that most Hess-Mess researchers are agreed upon, including myself. Now, that said, the scenario that they outline, in my opinion, does not cast a wide enough net concerning its details. I can tell you that, in my opinion, Hermann Goering was in on this. I can tell you that the deal that they were attempting to negotiate was extraordinarily comprehensive. It touched on just basically everything that was at issue between Great Britain and Nazi Germany. All right. There is a great deal of detail that you will find utterly astounding when you read it. The Goering connection being one of them, and all of the other stuff as suggested in the subtitle of the new book. Okay, question 2. Switching to the Mediterranean Sea, but still World War II and brotherhoods, during a discussion between me and some Italian Navy history buffs over the Battle of Cape Matapan, fought in March 1914 between Italian naval and British forces. I think you meant 41 there. I suggested that it was folly for an Italian admiral to commit his forces against the numerically superior British forces hundreds of miles away from Italian shores. As the virtues of the battleship Roma over the British battleship Warspite were harped on, I was pulled aside by a gentleman. If you don't know, the Italian Roma class battleships were very, very modern World War II era Italian battleships. The Warspite was a kind of a leftover British battleship from World War I, so there was about 20 years difference between the two classes of ship. In any case, I was pulled aside by a gentleman. He leaned toward me and said the movement of the Italian fleet was governed by the Supermarina, the Italian Naval Command Staff, and they, exact quote, belonged to Freemasonry, unquote. Under those circumstances, it was impossible to defeat the British fleet, unquote. He then used as confirmation evidence the Italian Special Forces raid against the British naval base at Alexandria, in which 2 British battleships were damaged. The Admiral, Borghese, kept the movements of his special forces out of the hands of the Supermarina, the conclusion being that the mission was therefore uncompromised. I was stunned. Until that moment, I never appreciated the deep political implications of these secret societies and brotherhoods and the tangled web of oaths they must have. In the first question, we see that British royalty holds sway over British Freemasonry, a British brotherhood that might have just been willing to join forces with the Nazi Brotherhood. Do you think that certain Italian admirals might have been linked to Masonry and been beholden to that line of loyalty? I'll go further, Marshall. The Italian state at that time, you have to remember, was not simply a dictatorship. It is true that Mussolini was the fascist dictator of Italy, but who appointed him to the legal position that he held within the Italian state? Well, it was King Victor Emmanuel III. So, in other words, you're still dealing with the Kingdom of Italy, and you're still dealing with a constitutional monarchy in which, much like the British monarchy, the Italian monarch had the ability to dismiss parliaments and to appoint ministers, which is how Mussolini formally comes to power. All right, now, as a result of this, the House of Savoy, the Italian royal house, has a similar position within Italian Freemasonry that the British monarch has in British Freemasonry. And you have to remember the other flip side of this is that Mussolini's decision to take Italy into the war on the side of the Axis is, number one, unpopular, and number two, was a decision made, I think, in large part because Italy had been shafted in terms of what the Allied powers had told Italy they would gain from entering World War I on the side of the Allies, and what they actually achieved at the end of World War I, having spent rivers of blood and treasure. So this is a factor, I think, playing in the background too. You have these connections between the British royal house, the Italian royal house, and their interlink, so to speak, via their role as heads of their national Masonic orders. All right, Masonry is a major behind the scenes political power. I will say that, and anyone who thinks otherwise simply isn't getting it. This is particularly true if you want to sit down and really understand all of the detailed connections that James Billington brings out in his study of the 19th century revolutionary movements and how they are suffused with connections to various Masonic orders. Remember, always remember, that you have arguable cases that Danton, that Robespierre, that the Duc d'Orléans in France, all of these revolutionary figures that we're familiar with from history there are arguable cases to be made that these men had connections to Masonic lodges of one sort or another. So it's definitely there. It's definitely a constant factor. And the final thing I would point you to is the appendix, once again, to Financial Vipers of Venice, where I point out that you can even argue a case that Pius IX of papal infallibility fame has some sort of Masonic connection. All right. Question 3. It is well known that occult brotherhoods have deep connections with European royalty. There are some who suggest that the brotherhoods were outraged at the Russian Revolution's destruction of the Romanov family and the breaking of those links. Was Hess using this break to persuade certain English royalty to join Nazi Germany against the communist Russians? Again, Karambit is asking right now in the chat room, is there a behind-the-scenes Masonic working in World War II Imperial Japan? Yes, and we'll get to your question, because I was going to include that in my answer to your question. In terms, Paulo, of this being one of the reasons, and without going into detail, most people who've researched the Hess mess will agree that Hess was looking, and Goering, in my opinion, were looking at the impending invasion of the Soviet Union and what they knew to be the almost certain entry of America into World War II, as long as the Churchill government continued in power in Great Britain. They were looking at this strategic situation with a understandable deal of extreme skepticism. Most Hess-Mess researchers agree that what Hess was trying to do was to take Britain out of the war, conclude, and please hear my words now, conclude a comprehensive peace with Great Britain so that Germany could devote all of its military resources to the campaign against the Soviet Union. To that end, there were people of very similar geopolitical analytical mind in Great Britain. And it is that circle of people that Hess had been in contact with, not only after the outbreak of World War II, but prior to it. So yes, that part is true. I do think maybe, although I do not consider any of this in the book, I do think that maybe the British royal family is looking at things in a way that you're suggesting here, that this has a long-term sort of vendetta against the Bolsheviks for the murder of the Tsar and the Tsaritsa. That may be, but I think ultimately the real bottom line for that wing in Great Britain is they're looking at another world war that party knows is going to cost them the empire. And they want a peace with Germany. And that's who Hess is in contact with. Now, that said, I want to stress it again. The devils are in the details. And the agreement that Hess was seeking, by every little detail that has been uncovered, appears to me to have been extraordinarily comprehensive in its nature. This was not just a hey, we're gonna have peace with each other and not bother each other, and yeah, you guys go ahead and invade the Soviet Union, just leave us alone and quit bombing our cities. No, it was a much more long-term comprehensive deal, aspects of which, once you learn them, will absolutely astound you what he was up to. Okay, this one from Blake Cosmos. He says, recently, I like how he begins this, guys. Recently, I've had my head deep down the rabbit hole trying to make sense of the array of economic forces at play in the economics of today. I have to say, not much shocks me, but this did. The source of this near disbelief emerged from having discovered the following facts about Bitcoin, not theories, mind you, but facts. Number one, the first data point is as follows. Given the emergence of Bitcoin, its distributed nature, its apolitical neutrality, its robust security, its resilience, and most of all, its existence outside the control of the powers that ought not to be, it is by its nature and its evolution an excellent way to conduct business with, how shall we say, our potential cousins. Ding, ding, ding. Doff my hat on that little insight. Given that bitcoins are generated in software by overbuilt computers manipulating and propagating blockchains, what easier way could there be for interested external parties to interact with the economy of the earth than via a completely novel channel outside the control of the banksters? Who knows? Maybe we might now be in a position to get some help from some of our kindly disposed relatives, but wait, because there is the matter of fact number 2 to consider. Because up to this point, in terms of parties with whom we could conduct business and enter into contracts, we have had individuals, organizations, states, nations, extra-national groups, and thanks to modern law, even the modern corporation in all of its various forms with which to interact. But hold on to your pith helmet, for worryingly, it seems that because of Bitcoin, one can now find themselves interacting with and conducting business with machines. Yes, even your refrigerator can trade and collect Bitcoin. Now, can anyone say artificial intelligence? Well, as Robin might have said to Batman, Zowie. Speaking of which, if an artificial intelligence was already loose and evolving, the first and safest place for it to be extant would be on a distributed network, exactly like the one at the core of Bitcoin, and incidentally, Person of Interest, the series. A network with the neutral mathematical consensus of its core and a robust architecture of crypto security to protect it from attack. Perhaps this is why the founder and mind behind Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, has proven to be unfindable since publishing the original white paper. Which leads me to my question. Firstly, what if all, these recent anomalous market dynamics might quite simply be the result of an artificial intelligence, one that resides securely off-planet and even has a nom de plume, who happens to be firing warning shots across the ossified central banking and clearing systems that currently dominate the world's economies. And then finally, there was some discussion a while back of how and when the ilk of John Dee and his metaphysical progeny made contact with what we shall say the other or the overmind, how there was an inference that there was something mechanistic about it. Well, now that we know that one does not need to be human to exercise itself in regards to commerce, that makes it feel less daring to be crawling out on the limb to suggest it's actually highly probable that this is a kind of mechanistic post-human entity, or perhaps pre-human? Book of Revelations, anyone? Might also be capable of doing a bit of social engineering on its own. I wonder what that might look like. I totally agree. I've suspected for a while, number one, that these blockchain currencies, so to speak, are not the quote-unquote godsend that they appear to be. I have also suspected that what they are is an attempt to establish a financial clearing system, as you're suggesting, that is entirely secret, or as secret and secure as humans can currently make it. That allows you to do a whole lot of stuff in terms of a hidden system of finance. Where I would disagree with your analysis is that I, to this day, in spite of all claims to the contrary, believe that the powers that are behind these types of blockchain cryptocurrencies are in fact the central bankers. And the reason I believe that is that they cannot be, to my mind, they're already involved in the hidden system of finance. So in other words, they cannot be ignorant of the possibilities of using that kind of system to increase their own liquidity and leverage in that system. Now, the intriguing thing here is that you're suggesting that this is a tailor-made system for conducting financial clearing off-world. In other words, with other trading partners than human. And again, this is something that I think is definitely a possibility. The question that has to be answered in that regard is, would any non-human trading partner view a human technology like this as being secure? I suspect probably not, but I'm going to grant the possibility. I think that this whole thing is a deliberately meme, a deliberate meme that is being consciously driven into people's minds in order to create a more or less cashless society. And what better way than to convince people of the unbreakability, the absolutely secure nature of it. And of course, I would caution everybody that there is no human system that can be, and probably no system, period, that can be designed that is absolutely secure. All right. All of the claims to the contrary notwithstanding, somebody somewhere will figure a way around it. And I suspect that because this phenomenon took off so quickly and was pushed, let's remember, this was a phenomenon that was pushed. The suspicion I have is that that way around or through these systems is already known. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let them out. So be careful. Pardon me, folks. Be careful. All right. And yeah, the Marshal put my own objection to all of this very aptly and succinctly in the chat room. He says, as Watto would say, I need something more real. Yeah, I do too. I do too. This book, just to let everybody know, this book, Hess and the Penguins, I told David Childress, absolutely, when I signed the contract, I had him put in there, absolutely no ebook version of this book or any future book that I write. I do not trust these corporations. I do not trust their platforms. I do not trust the people financing these corporations. I do not, in Amazon's case, I do not trust the associations that Mr. Bezos has, which to me point directly to Langley. I simply don't trust them. All right. Now let's go to Karambit, who has asked the questions about in the chat room about Masonry and Japan. Because my answer, you'll be glad to know, you'll see my notes scribbled there, Karambit, on your question, the things that I wanted to remind myself to talk about. He says, I hope you are well. A question, assuming that the Japanese did offer an unconditional surrender to the U.S. government prior to the end of World War II, why then did the Truman administration decide to drop 2 atomic bombs on Japan? Is it possible that the Nazi International had already established a foothold in the American government and the dropping of the bombs acted as a warning against the growing power of the Soviet Union? Okay. Excellent question, and this is one of those short questions that's going to require a little walk around Harvey's barn. When the Japanese had already signaled their willingness to surrender to the United States prior to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Japanese government was offering, in effect, a negotiated surrender. However, as far as I'm aware, and please underline that codicil, as far as I'm aware, the surrender that they were offering was basically comprehensive in scope. The sticking point, if I recall, was that the Japanese wanted to continue their occupation of Korea and Manchuria. And of course, the nationalist Chinese government was an American and British ally in the war against Japan. And of course, that idea of any surrender that was not completely unconditional was already not a principle on which the Allies were willing to negotiate with any of the Axis powers, with, you'll note the exception, Italy. Okay, remember Italy, okay? Because Italy not only surrendered, but changed sides, okay, in the war. Italy lost no territory. Italy lost none of its sovereignty, unlike Germany, unlike Japan. Interesting, huh? Okay. The Japanese, yeah, Marshall also points out that the Japanese wanted no war crimes trials, and of course they were up to their earlobes with just horrendous stuff. So the background to the decision to drop the bombs is in part, and you can read the committee, is in part to convince the Japanese to surrender. But you're also correct in that I think it's very clear, Karambit, that the Truman administration wanted to send a clear message to the Soviet Union that we've got this right now, you don't, and don't try anything, okay? I think a clear message was being discussed. Now, here's what most people don't know. Hiroshima at that time was really not a very good military target. President Truman, and I'm simply tossing this out there, you may make of it what you will in the context of the previous questions we've already addressed. President Truman was, of course, what? He was a Freemason, and a high-ranking one, by the way. Hiroshima, on the other hand, was Japan's highest concentration of Christians, believe it or not, at that time, which was, of course, a very, very tiny minority in Japan at the time. However, what most people don't know about Japanese Christianity is at that time, most of the population of Japanese Christians were, guess what, Eastern Orthodox, and were had been Christianized by Russian missionaries. And so the Japanese Orthodox Church, to this day, incidentally, the Japanese Orthodox Church gets its episcopal orders and its jurisdiction from the Patriarchate, from the Russian Orthodox Church, and to this day, if I am not mistaken, has some sort of jurisdictional relationship with the Moscow Patriarchate. So there was, I think, and I've always suspected, that the choice of Hiroshima as a target had a lot to do with this Masonic impulse, because I'll be very blunt, folks, I think Masonry is one of the most, it pretends not to be, but I think Masonry is one of the most anti-Christian organizations out there. I think the choice of Hiroshima as a target was because of those two factors, in addition to wanting to send a message to the Soviet Union. There's a lot more going on than meets the eye. Now, those are data points. You can make of them what you will, but that's my suspicion. All right. This one from Stephen. And he says, my questions are all over the place, but I'll start with an easy one. I've done some digging online and found references to Robert Miller that claim he was somehow involved with the BCCI, that's the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. And the main claim is that he helped cover up deeper links. Listen to this, folks. Deeper links to the Bush and bin Laden network. Do you have any more information on this? Uh, yeah, in answer to your question, Karambit, Eisenhower disagreed with the atomic bombing of Japan. Anyway, back to BCCI. Is there a link to the Bush family? Well, we're going around Harvey's barn again here, Stephen. If you really dig in to the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, or the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International, as it was nicknamed, you're going to find a whole bunch of wheeler and dealer people. I hope you've got a pen and paper handy, because I'm going to mention some details that, if you're interested in following up, will lead you to all sorts of things, okay? There are 3 names, actually 4 names, that you need to connect with the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International. Actually, several names. Let's just say several names. The first name is Adnan Khashoggi, K-A-S-H-A-G-O-I. All right, Adnan Khashoggi. Interestingly enough, you'll find that name popping up in my 9/11 book in connection with the Promise software. Okay? Second name that you need to familiarize yourself with is Ari Ben Menashe. I will spell that in the chat room. Ari Ben Menashe, an Israeli, an arms dealer, as Marshall has pointed out, a friend with President Trump, as Becky Sue has pointed out, and again connected to BCCI, and again connected to the Promise software scandal. All right. Next name, Gerald Bull. Okay. Dr. Gerald Bull, you all know I'm an artillery nut. Well, Dr. Gerald Bull was the artilleryman's artilleryman, okay? Bull was the fellow that sold the so-called super gun to Saddam Hussein. And Bull was assassinated outside of his apartment in Brussels in the late 1980s, early 1990s. The HBO network actually made a special film about him called The Doomsday Gun. Gerald Bull, again, did all of his dealings with the Iraqi government via the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. So in other words, this is the bank that was the public front for all sorts of, quite frankly, illegal by any country's standards, arms deals, money laundering, and so on. This was its balance sheet, so to speak. All right. Now, if you research Bull, you will discover that one of the banks in the network of BCCI's, let's say, national fronts, okay, the banks that were associated with BCCI in pulling all these deals, was a bank called BNL, the Banco Lavoro something or other, an Italian bank that did have at that time franchises and subsidiary companies in the United States. And of course, lo and behold, when you pull up BNL in conjunction with all of this, you find our friend Roberto Calvi, whom you will remember, whom you will remember as the Italian banker that was found dead, hanging underneath London Bridge with his pants pockets full of bricks, which is, incidentally, a, guess what, here it comes, Masonic reference. Okay, it's a Masonic symbolism. So Is there a connection to the Bush family? Well, yes, there is, because all of this going down with BCCI is happening during the administration of President Bush. Blackfriars Bridge, yes, pardon me, it's Blackfriars Bridge, uh, not uh, not the London Bridge. And yes, TSC, you will also find Banco Ambrosiano in this. And if you really want to dig, you're going to find Penn Square, you're going to find Michaela Sindona, a whole lot of people connected with BCCI. You are even also going to find, guess who? Clark Clifford, Mr. Morality and Ethics. Who did what? Well, he drew up he was the lawyer of record, the counsel of record for the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, and drew up its American corporate charter. So basically, everybody who was anybody in the world of the seedy world of underworld banking is connected with this. Now, I'm crawling out onto a limb here, and I'm going to say that BCCI, if you look at the pattern that it exhibits, BCCI looks very much in its general outlines like the savings and loan scandal. It looks very much like the Nugan Hand Bank that was a CIA front back in Australia and so on. In other words, BCCI, if you look at those other scandals, they're like, okay, we're going to run this trial balloon up to see how we can do things on a national or regional level. BCCI, what it looks like to me was they scaled this whole model, if you will, taking Catherine Fitz's term here, they scaled this whole model up to a global platform. So it was also an extraordinarily lucrative operation for these people to harvest money along the way. So again, BCCI overlaps with B&L, Banco Ambrosiano, Roberto Calvi, Adnan Khashoggi, Ari Ben Menashe, the whole Promise software scandal, and that should tell you something about it right there, about the whole Promise scandal. All right? Continuing now with Stephen's second question. A few days ago, I was listening to one of your old interviews with Jeff Rentz, where you mentioned some odd thing about the gas chambers in the Nazi camps, that in some cases more people would go into them than come out, as if some had disappeared. In all honesty, Steve, I don't remember mentioning any such thing. I would ask you to be more exact here, because I don't remember making such a statement. Do you know or suspect there was something more going on, like an experiment? That I do think. That I do think is part of the hidden story here, that we do know that the Nazis were experimenting on people. I don't think that there was, that I can recall, any documentation, and this is why I question whether I said what you say I said. I don't recall any documentation of fewer bodies being found in those gas chambers than went into them. I do think that the numbers of the Holocaust are wildly up for debate, and I know that puts me in a very, very small category of people. I think more happened than we have been told to this day. But I don't have any doubt that some people will have disappeared into experiments. But as for literal disappearance, again, I don't know. I don't recall making any statement like that. All right, now, another one from Stephen. I got to take a swig here, folks. Another one from Stephen that is going to require some audio-visual aids, and another little trip around Harvey's barn. Okay. He says, I've been reading To Eliminate the Opiate, Volume 1. And the book he's referring to, the books rather that he's referring to, I've mentioned them before. There you have it. To Eliminate the Opiate. This is by Rabbi Marvin Ontelman. And then there's, of course, Volume 2. These are really fine, interesting studies of the rise of Reform Judaism, and they are also, in my opinion, excellent background to understanding the secular movement of Zionism, to understand the role of atheistic secularized Jews, essentially, in the rise of Marxism and socialism as philosophies. Okay? In it, Rabbi Antelman talks about how the Sabbateans, and especially Jacob Frank, and now the Sabbateans, incidentally, folks, are Jews who believed that the Messiah essentially had come. All right, it was a heretical movement within Judaism in the late Middle Ages, right at the cusp of the Renaissance. All right. And especially how Jakob Frank and the Frankist movement were heretical Jews. And this got me thinking that some of their beliefs seem very similar to what is stated in the protocols of the elders of Zion. Is there a possibility that the protocols are real and were made by the Frankists, or could it be that there was communications, or that communications were intercepted by Russian agents and made to sound like Frankist? What are your thoughts? Now, yeah, Shabbatai Levi, the rabbi that thought that he was the Messiah. The Frankists were people that kind of came out of that movement, but as a result of their messianism, they were wanting to apply the full extent of Talmudic interpretation of Old Testament law. All right. And folks, if you don't know, it's necessary for you to know. The Talmud in certain passages is as gruesome and brutal with its attitude to non-Jews as are the passages in the Islamic Hadith to non-Muslims. All right, it is that stark, that brutal, that medieval, and that barbaric, and there's no two ways about it. Now, the problem that you're suggesting is there a core truth to this infamous book? There it is. That's the actual Protocols of Zion. You can find these things online and actually sit down and read them. The protocols, in my opinion, and I want to mention two books here. I've referred to this lady before. Nesta Webster, Secret Societies and Subversive Movements. You might also want to read her World Revolution sometime. And I want to caution you about Nesta Webster. She's dangerous. She's the grande dame of conspiracy theory. She was immensely scholarly and immensely dangerous. You will find her, incidentally, appearing in the new book about Hess, okay? Just to let you know that this was not some eccentric old British lady churning out books that nobody read, because in point of fact, a lot of people were reading her books, okay, including people in some very high places. But interestingly enough, in spite of her willingness to entertain, so to speak, the great international Zionist Masonic conspiracy, okay, for want of a better word, she did point out, she did a very, very careful, close examination of the origin of the protocols and came to, I think, a very well argued conclusion that the protocols really represented a 19th century, about mid-19th century, not even Russian concoction, which is the usual view that you will hear about the protocols. She came to the conclusion that these things were a satire, if you will, of certain texts and certain pamphlets, let's put it that way, that were circulating in Europe among the various quasi-Masonic, there's that appearance again, secret societies. Having said that, she then also argued that the protocols contained a kernel of truth, that they were indeed reflective of some sort of master plan that had been devised in these illuminated lodges in Europe, having nothing to do with Jews or Zionists or any of that stuff. The term Zion, in her opinion, in the protocols was a code name for these illuminated lodges and these self-proclaimed illuminated people. That's what she thought, and I think she's correct there, by the way. If you ever do read the protocols, you will be struck by, like anybody who has ever read them, with how apparently accurate they are in terms of their descriptions of some pretty high conspiratorial machinations. So I would urge that you understand that most of the people that have examined the protocols in a scholarly fashion have come to the conclusion that, number one, they're fake. Number two, they have nothing really to do with Zionism proper. But nonetheless, they are good enough fakes that there's got to be some kernel of truth with them. In that respect, the protocols are kind of like the magic 12 documents. Everybody knows they're disinformation, but they appear to be disinformation concocted by people in the know. All right, and that's more or less the way that Nesta Webster, who again you have to be very careful with her, that she kind of views things. I mention her simply because she's pertinent to that discussion. Plus, she makes an appearance, like she did in Thrice Great Hermetica. She makes an appearance in the Hess book as well. All right. Let me smoke. Because now we have a question from Xenophon in Germany. Let's see if, wow, we're at 66, 78 viewers right now on YouTube. So this one's going out to Xenophon. Let's see if he's still with us. It's pretty late over there in Germany, or rather early on Saturday, so it doesn't look like he's still here. But anyway, Xenophon writes, hello, Joseph and fellow geezers. I'm one of the old geezers, 70th birthday coming up. So happy birthday to you there, Xenophon. In studies of ancient texts, you've repeatedly stated that there was a time when the gods decided that the human race was, in your words, far too smart for our own good, and therefore, also in your words, we must dumb them down. This can only be for the purpose of maintaining social control. In our times, perhaps there are people that have discovered these Mayan and other ancient texts and have decided to make use of the decisions of the gods to begin a process of making people stupid. In ancient times, this process started with language. Ding, ding, ding. Folks, language is always the first thing to be assaulted. If your agenda is to change the culture in a fundamental way, okay, I will repeat that. Language itself is always the first thing to be assaulted if you want to change the culture in a fundamental way. All right, and there are various tactics as to how that works. And by the way, most of this was worked out by, guess who? The early Gnostics. All right, this is not something that appeared with Karl Marx or Antonio Gramsci or Herbert Marcuse or any of these people. This is very, very old stuff. All right. In ancient times, this process started with language. Can anyone see the similarities here? As I grew up in a church environment, I always assumed that the interference with language was somehow magical, and perhaps it was gradual. And I would agree with you foursquare. Is it possible that some folks that are familiar with ancient texts have emulated a process of making people controllable by interfering with language using a gradual process? Is there anything new under the sun? Doff my hat. Xenophon, it's not only possible, but it is exactly what is going on. Gnosticism is alive and well today. It is unbelievable once you understand Gnosticism, not as a system of beliefs or doctrines that were promulgated in opposition to traditional Christianity way back when, but rather when you look at Gnosticism, because there's several different systems of Gnosticism, but they all have certain things in common. And what they have in common are not so much a system or set of beliefs. They've got a basic cosmology that they more or less agree on. But the, pardon me, the thing that they really agree on are the techniques that pardon me, got a swig here, throat is dry, are the techniques that can be used to infiltrate and then subvert an institution, the church being one of them, or government, or for that matter, cultural institutions like language, family, and so on. They are a set of techniques that are, once you understand them, can be applied to almost anything to shift it away from a tradition into a substitution of a cultural tradition for a custom or habit of mind that is in opposition to it. It's very insidious, it is very subtle, and I will go so far as to say that Gnostic techniques for dealing with language itself as a manifestation of a culture, of a worldview, of a tradition, of a way of looking at things, that Gnosticism is really the first, if you will, kindergarten for revolutionary movements, and much more importantly, for social engineering along revolutionary technical lines. That's what it is. You can see a direct line from the Gnostics up to Marx, to Marcuse, to Antonio Gramsci, to Hegel. It's there. It's very apparent once you know what you're looking for. Most people don't. Most people have their heads so full of New Age nonsense about Gnosticism, it's not even funny. And even Christians going to seminary will learn all the wrong things about Gnosticism and not really look at it the right way. I cannot agree with you more. Are they looking at these ancient texts and applying them? In other words, this I think is the real intention of your question or your comment. Are they looking at these ancient texts and applying these methods consciously and deliberately? My answer is, you bet they are. You bet they are. All right, this one from Mirror 13. All right. He says, my comments and questions today are in reference to GMOs and Russia. It wasn't long after watching Oliver Stone's Putin interviews that you released your article entitled Environmental Pollution Agency Caves to IG Farben-Santo Again. And somewhere between those two pieces of media was Richard Dolan, which I will get to in a bit. First, Russia. You've done a commendable job on multiple occasions explaining why Russia does not expose more machinations of the globalists. Russia's economy relies so heavily on oil revenue, they simply cannot afford to completely expose the banking and oil cartels without hurting themselves or having a really good backup plan in place. Watching the Putin interviews, I saw a president who was dancing around certain issues, almost certainly wishing he could say what was really on his mind. For example, Oliver Stone asked what Putin thought the United States' overall strategy is in the world. Putin, quote, I will answer this question very candidly and in great detail, but only once I retire, unquote. Stone and Putin talked in good detail on the Ukraine. It was fascinating to hear the backstory from Putin's perspective. Russia had no tariffs with the Ukraine, and the EU agreement in 2013 would have exploited that. Which brings me to Richard Dolan. Mr. Dolan was giving a lecture and mentioned that one of the first things the Ukraine did when the Western-backed government was installed was to bring in everyone's favorite company, Monsanto. We know Russia has a ban on GMOs and that the Ukraine is Russia's main source for food imports. Talk about cruel. And in fact, you're getting the order, the chronological order, flipped. It was after the coup d'etat in the Ukraine that Russia began imposing those GMO bans. So in other words, Russia to a certain extent is reacting to the situation in the Ukraine and to Monsanto's domination of Ukrainian agriculture by imposing those bans. Okay? I cannot possibly summarize your Farben-Santo article at this time. I recommend it to the Giza community who've not read it. It's dated July 21st, filed under GMO Scrapbook. I have to reread it and do some research, but suffice it to say, GMOs have got to go. No doubt about it, they do. My question is this: why won't Russia take a larger stance on the global stage, think the United Nations or various other summits, and expose the biopharmaceutical cartels? I understand biopharma is still connected to international banking and the military-industrial complex, but I feel they would be an easier target to expose. Russia's ban and other countries' bans on GMOs are well known. There is a strong contingency of certified organic and non-GMO supporters in the United States. I would think the biopharma cartels would be a safer target to expose and rattle the globalists. Any thoughts on what is holding the Russians back? One last interesting quotation from Putin during the interviews, quote, the U.S. has no allies, just vassals, unquote. Now, I do agree, yeah, the USA has no allies, just vassals, and even the vassals are beginning to protest, okay? I think we just committed a huge mistake with the latest round of sanctions. I really do. Whether or not Germany and France show any guts in response to this remains to be seen. The real question is, why is Russia not pressing the case to be made much more? And part of it is that if you focus on this or that narrow issue, you're going to miss what Russia is doing. I think what Russia is doing is that it is pushing back, but it's pushing back not so much on an issue-by-issue basis, but rather what the Russians appear to me to have done, particularly after the collapse of the Soviet Union and about midway through the Yeltsin regime. It appears to me that what the Russians did, the people backing Mr. Putin, in other words, I've said over and over again, if you think getting rid of Putin is going to make Russia all nice and properly vassal-like to the West, think again. Because Putin is coming out of, and I've said this many times, Putin is coming out of a wing of the Russian intelligence apparatus that did a profound long-term analysis. It actually began in the very late Soviet Union, but it really got a kick under Yeltsin when it was very apparent that Yeltsin was doing everything that the West wanted him to do, and it was not working for Russia's benefit. What Putin and his people are doing is they have done a strategic analysis of the West, and they have targeted certain specific weaknesses in the West. And please note, most of the weaknesses that they have targeted are cultural. So in other words, Putin and the Russians have been playing the soft power card for all they are worth, all right? They have challenged the globalist dogma of the obsolescence of the nation state. If you read the statements of Mr. Putin in some of his speeches, and incidentally, I have a tidbit coming up this week where I point out two breathtaking things that Mr. Putin has said recently. What he is doing and the people behind him are doing. Remember, Mr. Putin is a mouthpiece, just like Hillary Trump, just like Hillary Clinton, just like Donald Trump, just like Theresa May, Emil Macron. He's a mouthpiece for certain deep state interests in Russia. So in other words, when you hear him speak, you're hearing Russian intelligence speak. You're hearing the Russian Orthodox Church speak. You're hearing traditional Russian society speak. You're hearing the Russian military speak, all right? What he's doing is he's subjecting the globalist cosmology to a point-by-point refutation. That's what he's doing. So GMOs or pedophilia or this or that specific issue are not really what he's doing, although he will speak to those things on occasion, all right? What he's really doing is he is targeting the soft spots in Western culture, and he's very clever about doing it because what he's doing is at the same time he's showing up the hypocrisy, and I would even go so far as to say the moral hypocrisy of the Western political class. This is what he's been doing over and over again. And that's why, incidentally, he continues to be popular in Russia and here. Now, all of that said, there's one more thing that he's doing, Mirror, and there's one more thing you need to be aware of that's going on in Russia as we speak, all right? And this is something that most Westerners are not aware of. In the Russian media, in books, in pamphlets, in radio programs, on their television networks, the Russians are being taught about all of the financial conspiratorial aspects of Western history that you and I in the West would call alternative media, all right, at best, or we might call it conspiracy theory at worst. The Russians are being taught these things as open public consensus history. Okay? So in other words, there is a huge effort. This really even began, if you really want to get right down to it, this really began in the final years and months of Gorbachev, all right, during Perestroika and Glasnost. This analysis of Western history is being done in Russia. So the outcome of this is going to be very interesting, because what it means is people like us gathering here in these Vidchats would have more of a home and more of a hearing in an open public forum in Russia on some of these topics than we would here in the West. All right. It's astounding to see what has happened in 30 short years. But for those of you who always want to tout the virtues and values of progressivism and socialism, look at Russia and a country that has gone through it and come out the other side by some miracle with its national culture still intact. And now is about the last country on earth. They're kind of like the Germans in this respect. You know, ask an average German what they think of the Nazis, you know, and you'll get a pretty honest and hefty answer in return. All right. So very interesting question. All right. This is probably the shortest question of the night. And I debated whether or not this was a question to go around Harvey's barn or not. I'm still debating it even as I read it and answer it. All right. This one's from Jay Trout. And this was one of the first questions that I printed off this morning when I woke up after I printed off Karambits. And I read this one. I thought it's going to be one of those vid chats. Okay. He says, early morning thought. What happens when artificial intelligence figures out your analogical calculus? Okay. I don't honestly know how to answer that. My guess is predicated on the fact that all current computing systems operate on a binary logical basis. In other words, every single gate in your computer, those small little switches on your computer chips, every single one is an AND gate. It's an either or gate. It's a 1 or a 0. All right. And the problem with that is that this analogical calculus that I've been tinkering off and on with, more off than on lately, but it's not a binary logical system. It's a ternary logic. It's a triadic logic. And there's no way you can program a computer to mimic that behavior, but the system itself remains binary. So any attempt, I think, to have a computer, an AI, be able to do this, the system itself, the nuts and bolts, the hardware itself would have to figure out we're getting to quantum computing, would have to figure out some way to be non-binary. Now, Winston 1984 just mentioned quantum computing. That might be a possibility for it, because if you have a system that's genuinely not mimicking, but genuinely based, let's say on the 7 states of the electron, all right, the 7 quantum states. If you had a computer that could do that, then yes, it might be possible in my opinion, to create a software program that was not simply programmed to mimic those things, but to actually, so to speak, think in terms of them. That's my response. Now, if that were to happen, then you would find computers that were much more, in my opinion, much more able to mimic human behavior, and really not even to mimic it, but to follow it as an exemplar would be a better way of putting it. So, and a very interesting question. I really have to think about this a lot more, but that's my best guess right now. The hardware is not suited for it. I do think you could make computer programs mimic it, but again, it's going to be at odds with the fundamental binary nature of the hardware itself. It's the hardware that my metaphor is really about. And that hardware is profoundly analogical. It's multi-contextual. And I really have not seen, and again, I'm not an information tech guy. I may be, just blowing a lot of steam here, because our friend Tony may know of computer programs that are based on this type of thinking. But I would aver that still you're dealing with hardware that's in fundamental opposition to the architecture of the software, and that's the problem. All right, now this one from Julia Terculia, another historical political question, and we're getting to the point where we are going to shift gears. We've got 3 questions to go until we get to Geiger and his questions from last week, which he redid, which we're going to kind of shift gears out of this historical, conspiratorial, cosmological milieu. All right, but this one from Julia. She says, why do you think the schism of 1054 happened? Okay, that's easy, but it requires a walk around Harvey's barn. All right, Julia, please understand, I am answering, and I will always answer that question from the standpoint of my predisposition to Eastern Orthodoxy, which was not a predisposition that I just thought, on a lark one day to adopt. I adopted this predisposition on the basis of the study of the actual doctrines of the church and their historical evolution. Okay, so in other words, I'm not coming at this out of a vacuum or just kind of willy-nilly. The schism between the churches, the actual schism in 1054, was actually to repair a schism that had already happened. What 1054 was kind of the final formal pronouncement of it, okay? But in point of fact, the schism between the churches is for 2 very fundamental reasons. Number 1, the doctrine of the Trinity, and number 2, the implications of which doctrine you have for the structure of church authority, okay? Now, I'm going to oversimplify a great deal here. If you look at the Nicene Creed, the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, finalized in 381, the doctrine of God in the Western Church, and I'm speaking historically here, not theologically, this is a historical fact. The doctrine of God, of the Trinity, in the Western Church is not the actual historical doctrine of all the church. It was changed. Now, the change was due largely to, initially at least, to historical accident, but that historical accident became a matter at first of the imperial policy of Charlemagne, and that policy in turn eventually captured the papacy. Okay? The papacy began to insist not only that its own claims to supreme authority in the church were accepted by the Eastern Church, which had always rejected such claims, but the papacy also tied those claims to that historical departure from the actual traditional doctrine of the church. And the reasons for that, when you delve into them, is you'll discover that the structure of authority that the papacy becomes is actually coming out of the doctrine of the Trinity that the Western Church is, please hear me now, erroneously defending. So in other words, what you have is the beginning, really, of the kind of the first Protestant church in the Western Church, and the Eastern Church said, no, this is not part of the tradition. We're not going along with this. Take a hike. And that's what happened. I've said here in these Vidchats before, everything that you think you know about so-called traditional doctrine in Christianity is really, in your instance, probably a westernized distortion of it. And if you really want to understand Christian doctrine, forget everything you've known and be prepared to rethink literally every question that you think you know. Now, recall here, Julia, in the members area, I did a short webinar on the doctrine of corporate personhood, all right? That doctrine comes out of a doctrine of original sin that is more or less unique to the Western Church. It is not the doctrine of the Eastern Orthodox Church. It is not the doctrine of the Coptic Church. It is not the doctrine of the Nestorian Church or the Armenian Church or any other church that could be understood to be Catholic, okay? The Western doctrine of original guilt or original sin, in turn, is deeply related to that twisting of the doctrine of the Trinity that occurs in Western Christianity. So in other words, what I'm telling you is this is all interrelated. And there's another Christianity that does not think like the West does. Whether you are atheist or agnostic or Christian, you think a certain way about theological issues because of those changes. That's the bottom line. This is really, if you read Putin carefully, this is really what he's starting to point out. And he's doing so, I think, in a very deliberate, calculated, long-term chess game. I think they are very, very aware that you are just watching the beginning of something, not the end of it. Yeah, Cur Deus Homo, that's down under ET, just mentioned another Western theological treatise that's most people think is the accepted traditional Christian doctrine, that really, when you get right down to it, it's just kind of nutty. but anyway, don't get me started on that down under. I don't want to do theology tonight. But anyway, good question. All right, now your second question here was, why are Jews mentioned in the Bible as the chosen people, and why were they persecuted throughout history? The persecution, the chosen people business, it depends on who you ask. If you ask a Christian, you get one answer. You ask a Jew, you get another. You ask a Muslim, yet another. The chosenness, if you read certain Jewish sources like Rabbi Abraham Heschel, people like that are deeply religious. They are steeped in their traditions, and yet that steeping has not made them closed to other people, but opened them up. This is why I like Rabbi Heschel. You read people like that, and they will point out this kind of school of Jewish scholarship. They will point out that the chosenness is not so that Israel or the Jewish people can lord it over everybody else, like you find expressed in certain passages of the Talmud, but rather that by living a life in accordance with the law, that one is to be a light and a guide to other people, all right? And people in that tradition of Jewish scholarship point out that once you get in away from the law, away from the books of Moses, and start getting into the prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, the minor prophets, that it becomes increasingly clear that this is what the mission of Israel is. They're to be a light to the world rather than overlords of the world, all right? And Christianity kind of picks up on that whole idea, and that would be my primary statement. But that said, I think the reasons for the persecution, now let's go back to what I said earlier, Julia. The problem is you have within Judaism, you've got basically the Jewish version of the jihadist or of the Christian dominionists. You've got a certain group of people that place more emphasis on that overlordship and really do want to impose a kind of Jewish theocracy on everybody else. And in the Middle Ages, I think the reaction to this, particularly amongst Christians, was extreme and severe. The other problem that began, I think, to influence this persecution was during the Middle Ages, not only did you have the Jews, of course, able to lend money. Now, again, please understand, folks, I'm talking more about Western Europe than I am Eastern Europe, where you have a very, very different understanding of all of this, okay? You could loan money and you could get loans if you were a Christian living in Byzantium. The difference was it wasn't a Jewish ghetto doing this, it was the Byzantine state itself doing this, okay? In other words, they interpreted the prohibition against usury as applicable to individuals, but not to the state, okay? So you didn't have all of that over there. So I'm talking again, I'm restricting it to what goes on in the West and the reasons it goes on. With the restrictions being understood in the West against any usury across the board, this created the Jewish ghettos. They were able to do this. And of course, the Jews got rich while everybody else got poor. Okay. So yeah, that builds up resentments. And, it ain't the Jews' fault for that. For that. The final problem is there is in the West an interesting phenomenon about Judaism, particularly if you look at Moorish Spain, okay, prior to the Reconquista. Because in Moorish Spain, you had an incredible climate of scholarship, not just Islamic scholarship, Christian scholarship, Jewish scholarship. And a lot of this is coming out of the Jewish esoteric tradition, the Kabbalistic system that we know of now in the modern West is largely elaborated in Moorish Spain by these Jewish scholars. And I think once it begins to spread to the rest of Europe, particularly in conjunction with Hermeticism and the Christian versions of all of this occult practice, once it begins to spread, you see the reaction of the church authorities, or in some cases, the national authorities. So that's a third impetus as to why I think they're persecuted. By the time you get to the 19th century and to the interwar period in the 20th century, you get this what can only be said to be a almost 98% ungrounded conspiracy theory that the Jews are behind everything that's going wrong in the world. The kernel of truth, the tiny kernel of truth to this is you look at the Bolshevik revolution in Russia, and what do you see quite often at the top tiers of leadership? Well, you see basically atheistic secularized Jews that have adopted this philosophy. Marx himself was one. So that feeds this conspiracy thing that, well, under every Jew, there's a Marxist. You know. Anyway, very good. All right, this one from Son of David, who says, what are your thoughts on the progressive government of Canada paying Omar Khadr $8 million because he spent some time in Gitmo for killing a medic on the battlefield? Khadr's father served with terrorist groups in the Middle East, and his family openly talks about jihad in the West. Well, needless to say, I'm appalled. The political class in the West is just not being honest about Islam. And again, folks, person and nature make the distinction. I'm talking about the thing, not the people. The thing itself is barbaric, unreconstructed, permits you to lie in its cause, kind of like communist doctrine, incidentally. They are not telling you the truth. This is a culture war, and it is, I will not flinch from these words, it is an unapologetic disaster. It's a murderous, barbarous, genocidal ideology. And if you think otherwise, think again. Think again. That's what I think about it. Number two, through your last quarter wrap up with Catherine Fitz, both of you talked about China heavily investing in classical education, such as Renaissance techniques and standards being applied to paintings. Does this mean elites in China believe that the power of a nation stems from a culture steeped in the classics? Well, look, I don't know enough about Chinese history, certainly not about the recent history from, the revolution of Sun Yat-sen all the way up through the Long March, Deng Xiaoping, and, modern day China. China has undergone, if you know anything at all about that period, has undergone a phenomenal change in the last 100 years. Really, if you really want to be honest about it, going back to the Boxer Rebellion in the 19th century. But my impression, beyond this, I really can't speak in much detail, but my impression is that China is doing at a slower pace what Russia was forced to do at a much faster pace after the collapse of the Soviet Union and finally the cleaning out of the Rothschild Harvard endowment oligarchs that began when Putin assumed power. I think the Chinese are doing more or less the same thing, but in a much more slow, deliberate pace. Now, please understand, that could be complete hogwash here, Son of David. A real Chinese expert would probably have endless difficulties with what I'm about to say. But what I was referring to was an issue of Fine Art Connoisseur, where the article was all about the study of painting in China. And you begin your instruction by drawing and learning how to draw in a classical Renaissance, high Baroque era Western way. In other words, you can tell you're looking at a human figure, not something chalked up and splayed all over the canvas like a Picasso, all right? You're looking at real art. And yes, I just said that about Picasso. The premium is being put on mastery of the traditional techniques, okay? And this is what I find so lacking not only in modern Western art and music, but much more importantly, in the schools that supposedly are there to teach it. I can tell you that most music schools that you go to now at a graduate level will teach you all the modern stuff and denigrate all the traditional arts and crafts of doing something. Now, there are many pleasant exceptions, but the same thing holds true in art. I'd give my eye teeth for somebody that can paint like Nicolas Poussin or Diego Velázquez, okay? But there aren't those people out there, at least not in the sense, there are such people, but they're not being held up as standards to emulate, because the academy has been captured by the progressives across the board: politics, culture, philosophy, social engineering, literature, music, the arts, you name it, it's everywhere. All right. What I suspect is going on in China is that with that emphasis on the return to fundamental tradition, even a tradition, incidentally, that's foreign to Chinese culture, what they're doing, I suspect, is, number one, they're trying to position China as the torchbearer for that particular type of eclecticism that Western culture is capable of. That's why they're studying its traditional methods. You know, heck, they're even building pipe organs in China. Now, imagine a musical instrument less connected with Chinese culture than the pipe organ, and yet, you know, they think it's wonderful. You know, got to have more of these for some reason, which I find, you know, again, very peculiar. What I suspect is at work here is really coming out of Lao Tzu. It's really coming out of Confucianism, which it looks to me like what they're doing is they're applying these ideas of good order, of family, of well-ordered society, of bureaucracy. They're updating Confucius, in other words, in a very eclectic, very open to Western artistic tradition. And they're doing this in a way that I think, I'm going to sound absolutely nutty here, I think what they're trying to do is hollow out the Communist Party. That's the way it looks and feels to me. I'm not saying that, no, there's deep roots of communism in the People's Republic of China. There certainly are. And there's certainly doctrinal Marxists in high positions of power in that country. But if you know, I did not say Picasso produced true art. Thank you very much. But anyway, thank you, K Tower. No, I did not say that. But culturally, to me, what they're doing is, I can't find anything in what they're doing that looks like Chairman Mao. You know, I'm sorry, it just doesn't look like Chairman Mao. My thinking would be, if Chairman Mao had seen these drawings of Chinese art students, he would have had a nuclear hissy fit that this was bourgeois, this was oligarchical elitism, and all of the other things that you would expect to hear from a communist leader looking at this art. I can't see it any other way. Now, that's a crazy hypothesis, son of David, I'll grant you. All right, number 3. I think I've solved the AI crisis or threat to humanity. The way to keep an AI in check is to introduce the concept of faith and spirituality and the possibility of a higher power, intelligence, or order in the universe. If, in the Bible, Lucifer is an AI machine, maybe Lucifer didn't reject the existence of God, but was never given the parameter of the possibility of God. No, I disagree. The Bible is fairly clear, as are the Jewish and Christian traditions, even the Muslim tradition, that no, this was a real honest to goodness rebellion and rejection of God, not that he was not familiar with the possibility of the existence, but an honest, open, willful rejection. Okay? At the very least, the study or analysis of faith might stall an AI, as it's not a 1 and 0 issue or a yes or no answer. In history, the lack of spirituality and faith on a society creates murderous dictatorships. Well, it also has created murderous theocracies too. Let's not forget that side of the equation. And they had lots of faith. Remember the statement of Arnaud de Citeaux, the Cistercian monk that helped lead the Albigensian Crusade, and they just sacked a town in France, and he orders everybody to be put to the flame. And some people are objecting, well, how do you know which ones are the heretics and which ones are the real Catholics? And he says, God will sort them out. Okay, come on. It's it's really easy to twist faith here, folks. Anyway, and I take your point. I agree with you. The enlightened, informed, atheistic dictators, we've had a dime a dozen of those in the last century, and they've proven to be more murderous than anybody else. But again, they've got a faith, and they're willing to kill to maintain it. Okay. The state rises to replace God. Agreed. No problem there. This is America's arrogance right now. Every social problem can be solved by a social program and the federal government. No, I'm sorry. We went down that road before. My whole point is that faith creates the stalemate to any endgame scenario of world domination, especially if the plane of existence is temporary. Well, again, I don't know. I just talked with Jay's question about, the binary hardware is a system of ones and zeros, yeses or nos, trues or falses. A quantum computing hardware would be able to have shades of meaning and difference between them. So I don't know. My problem is I don't think you can just say, well, faith is going to solve everything, or faith is the way to make sure that we don't have these things happen in society. What I see in society, if anything right now, is a surfeit of very, very bad faith. In other words, it's faith in principles that are not analyzed, that have not been subjected to some sort of rational scrutiny. And that's the reason everything is so screwed up. It's just to me kind of crazy, and it's a Gnostic system. It's a Gnostic faith. The Gnostic always has the enlightened consciousness, and therefore, they're superior to everybody else. Oh boy. This one from Leo in Christchurch. Let me stop here and make sure, refresh my window, and make sure I've said hello to everybody that might have snuck into the room while I've been up here flapping my gums. So give me a second here while my computer pretends to be working. All right, let's see. Enki Nike, yes, Enki Nike snuck into the chat room, so welcome. Basar, welcome. Robertus, pardon me, welcome. Kristen's Cross, welcome. Rumura made it into the chat room. Kevin XS. Coin Toss. Wow, a lot of people snuck in while I was flapping my gums, and some people snuck out. RBG and Primal Murmur. All right, welcome to everybody that snuck in there. This one from Leo in Christchurch. This is an interesting question. Is the present NATO activity in Eastern Europe just really a rerun, or perhaps a fulfillment of the Nazi Drang nach Osten? Are we really back to Harold Mackinder here? It's actually Halford Mackinder. Surely if the USA was so obsessed with global dominance, they could come up with easier strategies to attain that. This is short, but this is another walk around Harvey's barn question, folks. I can answer the first part. Is this simply a rerun of the Nazi Drang nach Osten? No. It is a rerun of Halford Mackinder, because in my thinking, what the repositioning of NATO forces, largely American forces, to the east, in other words, to the old cordon sanitaire of Clemenceau after the Treaty of Versailles, when France negotiated all of those small alliances with Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, the Baltic states, and so on. What Clemenceau was attempting to do was, in his mind and in the thinking of the French political and military leadership at the time, was to finish the unfinished business of Versailles by not only hemming Germany in on the west with the demilitarized zone, but with a tapestry of alliances that were connected to France that would hem Germany in the east and prevent a German-Russian rapprochement, okay, which is and has been the big bugaboo of Anglo-Saxon geopolitics, Halford Mackinder being the one that enunciated it, to prevent that rapprochement of all of that immense Russian strategic space and access to resources and German industry and technology. All right. Now, that's not to say that there's anything wrong with Russian industry or technology. The Russians are very capable. But Germany, as we know, right now has a bigger industrial base, a bigger economy than great big Russia. Okay. This has always been more or less the case. Now, the thing that most people forget, Leo, is that Mackinder was not only talking in terms of a rapprochement between Germany and Russia. The real thing that he was talking about, please hear me now, everybody, please hear me, because this is also in the Hess book, and it's very important, okay? Mackinder was also framing all of this. This is the forgotten part of Mackinder. Mackinder was also framing all of this in terms of what he perceived as a paradigm shift taking place in geopolitics that was being driven by technology. So what's the paradigm shift? The paradigm shift that he was talking about was the growing amount of trade between countries that was being conducted not by sea, but by land, not on ships, but by railroads. And his big prediction was, listen to this, folks, see if this doesn't sound familiar. His big prediction was that railroads would ultimately completely change the nature of global geopolitics, because it would be possible to move goods and services by rail, not through interdictable sea lanes, from Asia to Europe. And guess who read Mackinder? Well, obviously the Chinese have, because what's their Silk Road project all about? Well, it's about building roads and railroads to connect Asia to Europe in one seamless network of infrastructure to promote trade. All right. Now that means that Mackinder was really saying that sea power based trade, which had been the paradigm since the Renaissance and the era of exploration. Think of all the world powers in that whole 500-year history that were maritime powers whose currencies were therefore the reserve currency of the day. Portugal, Spain, France, Holland, Great Britain, the United States, okay? Every one of them a sea power, okay? Every one of them with a reserve currency. What Mackinder was saying is that 500-year history is coming to an end. And it's coming to an end. And incidentally, Kaiser Wilhelm got it. What? Kaiser Wilhelm? Yeah, remember? Berlin to Baghdad Railroad. Okay. What he saw was a paradigm shift of technology driving a geopolitical paradigm shift. Now, your final question. Surely if the USA was so obsessed with global dominance, they could come up with easier strategies to attain that. And yes, they have. And it's not simply moving troops into that old cordon sanitaire between Germany and Russia to prevent that from happening, which, you know, they're simply going around it, folks. We can move troops around all we want, and the Russians and Germans are simply going to go around it. That's a fact. It's a fact they haven't woken up to in the pentagram yet, but the pentagram is aware that there is one thing that you can do to negate or threaten or interdict that emerging geopolitical net, and that's to control space. Why? Well, number one, space is the basis for modern military operations on the ground. Number two, space is the basis for international financial clearing. And finally, and most importantly, forget about B-1 bombers, forget about B-2 bombers, forget about all of this claptrap apparatus that you see jingoistically paraded in this country. If you have weapons platforms in space with smart bomb geo satellites positioning technology, you can interdict those rail lines and railroads from space with simple kinetic weapons. Okay? Yeah, orbital bombardment. And the Russians and Chinese know this. Why do you think they're expanding their space-based international financial clearing, expanding their ability to interdict American assets in space while expanding their own? To make the Silk Road project work, you must be able to control space, or at the minimum, a la Grand Admiral Tirpitz here, construct enough space military assets to seriously damage the world's biggest space power. Remember Admiral Tirpitz? Germany must have a navy big enough that any head-on confrontation with it by, quote unquote, the world's biggest naval power will ensure the demise of the world's greatest naval power. Okay? So in other words, that's what you see going on in space. That's what's going on. All right. Oh, here we are. Okay, folks, it's that time. The time that all of you have been waiting for. It is the time for Geiger. Okay, here we go. And I've still got gobs of stuff to get through. And of course, Geiger sends me another tome. Geiger, quit it. You can put everything you say into 2 paragraphs. Start working on it. That's your assignment, by the way. That's your assignment. But, okay, he says, what is a geyser? Geiger. Okay, Geiger says, what is a geyser? Or for that matter, what is a chair? Ladies and gentlemen, the flight for Geigerland will be departing shortly. Jeez. This is too good. The flight for Geigerland will be departing shortly. Please stow all remaining luggage, fasten your seat belts, and put your trays in their upright position. The flight could get a wee bit bumpy. Oh, you think? Jeez. He's got me crying now, folks. Here we go. I've got to get some control here with. He says, "Bear with me, guys. When my tobacco gets wacky, I become more Geiger." Anyway, calm. I actually submitted the following noise last chat, but missed the buzzer by seconds. Nonetheless, it was entirely on topic, as you will soon all see. The question is, by dint of suspecting such, how much of that theme will be dragged forward into tonight's discussion? 2 chats ago, one of us asked, "Why are we here?" Not in a grand existential sense, but literally. Why does a sizable portion of us attend these Vidchats live? Why do another 800 or so tune in later on? It's a question I've asked myself many times. Where is the giant vacuum being used to suck us all in? If this is all a pyramid scheme, after all, when my exorbitant checks stop coming in, I'll be out of here so fast. Har har, get it? Needless to say, I'm not actually paid by Joseph for anything, although if you wish to pay me for shortening my submission, that is something we can arrange. Oh dear, that's good. I'll talk to Daniel about that, Geiger. $50 a month for a 2-paragraph submission. That's good. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry, folks. If anyone has noticed, the most regular inhabitant of the common surface in Joseph's writing is a person. It's usually in interconnected relationships of people, groups of people, and or corporations, but they are people too, right? That drive his many books forward. Just look at the new title of his latest book, Hess, Person, and the Penguins. They've applied to the Roman Catholic Church for the status of personhood, but Herr Francis wrote back, "What is this personhood you speak of? Who needs that?" Oh, Geiger. That's too good. What's this personhood you write of? Who needs that? The Pope. Oh, God. I'm sorry, folks. He's got me going. Okay. They've applied to the Roman Catholic Church for the status of personhood, but Herr Francis wrote back, "What's this personhood you speak of? Who needs that? Just come down to the freezing water, little penguins, and repent." That's that's when Patriarch Kirill stepped in. Traveled to Antarctica and granted them penguinhood. I'm sorry, folks. I just think this is funny. The Holocaust involving a group of people, unfortunately, and Antarctica, the entire continent is likely incorporated by now, rest assured. So again, another person. So point number 1, personhood. Please hear me now, personhood. So back to the original question, why are we here? Maybe we're just a bunch of losers that have no better way to spend a Friday night. And to be completely honest, I thought for a good year or so, that is until I began to receive offers to go out on Friday evenings by countless numbers of beautiful women. Okay, the number is countable, but still, needless to say, they were turned down. Some were invited to join, but none stayed very long. Oh well, don't let the door hit you on the way out. It's sort of like introducing your girlfriend to your mother. Mom, the community, ain't going anywhere, honey, so you'd best learn to play nice. Now, we are not losers or social rejects. We are geezers. We have been led here, and in my opinion, it has not been by accident. Joseph's answer to the last chat's epistemological question was on target. We've been pulled here largely by the hedonism of society as a whole, by the general banality of our culture, by our inability to engage in any kind of refined, intelligent conversation with those around us, and I hazard to add a collective and individual desire to do something about all of the above. Here's the scary part. Throughout history, those whom have been members of secret societies, multilateral commissions, or burger building groups have thought much along the same lines. The difference between them and us is always intention. The epistemological nature of that question, why are we here, has clearly intrigued me, and it dovetails nicely with something that has been gnawing at me for quite some time. So I thought I'd expand on that query and add a bit of Geiger twist. So again, what exactly is a geezer? Really autocorrect geezards? That's the third time you've tried that. That's the best you have for me, you stupid little sin evil genie in a bottle, mobile demonic phylactery. Geezers, not gizzards. You might want to add that one to your lexicon of predictive algorithms before we break away from any further normal society. The original gangsters, by the way, original gangsters would be the proper colloquial expression in this case, but I know no acronyms. The OGs, the original gangsters of this community, know our vidchats tend to always follow a loose theme despite a lack of coordination on either of our parts. There is always a common thread. On some occasions, it's less apparent than others, but it's always there regardless. Not only is that pretty neat and also a little uncanny, but like almost everything else, it must be an artifact of some higher dimensional physical process. Can I formally symbolize such an artifact? Nope. Can Joseph? Maybe. It's as if a note is struck in a chord in the ether and quietly held as each of us go to strike our own chords. I like that analogy, incidentally. As each of us strike our own chords or create our own submissions, we enter into a form of sympathetic resonance with that silently held key, the ultimate product of which is our general theme. At some higher dimensional level, we are therefore connected not only to each other, but I believe each of us also has a more profound connection to the ether itself, and hence our local micro and macro environments. That is the common surface that we all share. So again, I ask, what exactly is a geezer? It's still trying to autocorrect and reduce the lot of us to gizzards, which I find quite ironic and funny. Anyway, a partial answer was found upon examination of George Young's The Russian Cosmos. I have yet to finish the book, so I have a great deal of unanswered questions. However, from what I've covered so far, I'm both intrigued and concerned. And incidentally, Geiger, I have to share your assessment there. I too, and you put exact words to the way I was feeling when I read these people. I'm intrigued, and I'm also concerned. And I have not read the rest of your submission yet, but I bet we're probably concerned for many of the same reasons. All right. So again, let me go back and start again. A partial answer was found on examination of George Young's The Russian Cosmos. I have yet to finish the book, so I have a great deal of unanswered questions. However, from what I've covered so far, I'm both intrigued and concerned. Warning. This is a long but necessary quotation incoming from the leading Western scholar on Russian intellectual history, Michael Hagemeister. Quote, Cosmism is based on a holistic and anthropocentric view of the universe which presupposes a teleologically determined and thus meaningful evolution. Its adherents strive to redefine the role of mankind in a universe that lacks a divine plan for salvation, thus acknowledging the threat of self-destruction. As rational beings who are evolving out of the living matter of the earth, human beings appear destined to become a decisive factor in cosmic evolution, a collective cosmic self-consciousness, active agent, and potential perfecter. Cosmic evolution is thus dependent on human action to reach its goal, which is perfection or wholeness. By failing to act correctly, mankind dooms the world to catastrophe. According to cosmism, the world is in a phase of transition from the biosphere, the sphere of living matter, to the new sphere, the sphere of reason. During this phase, the active unification and organization of the whole of mankind, or living matter endowed with reason, into a single organism is said to result in higher planetarian consciousness, capable of guiding further development reasonably and ethically, in line with cosmic ethics, changing and perfecting the universe, overcoming disease and death, and finally bringing forth an immortal human race, unquote. Or, as the father of the school of thought, Nikolai Fedorov, put it, we must all unite under one, quote, common task, unquote, namely the literal resurrection of the dead for the express purpose of populating the cosmos. We must turn all our instruments of war and destruction into instruments of life and resurrection. But most importantly, he emphasized the technological advancement without moral and spiritual advancement will lead to disaster. So again, I ask, what is a geyser? As most of you know, I put quite a bit of effort into my regular and lengthy submissions. Yes, emphasis on lengthy. I have been told I should write a book by many people, both from within and without the community, but I would much rather devote my currently limited time to this common task. The question is our common task as geezers the same common task as that of the cosmists, namely overcoming death? Well, what is death? Better yet, what is its reversal? In my mind, it is the reversal of the Tower of Babel moment in history. So from a multitude of perspectives, the ideas and goals espoused by the Russian cosmists sound genuinely good. However, are we ready to become a threat to the Lord, aka Yahweh, again? Remember, it was not precisely the long lifespans of humanity which were so threatening in and of themselves. It was the unified language that they possessed which allowed them to do anything that they proposed to do. So again, what is a geyser? What is this uncanny ability to follow a theme? The creators of the Matrix, the Wachowski brothers, actually not brothers anymore, since one of them is a female now, significant in my opinion, given the transhumanist agenda, and J. Michael Straczynski, the creator of Babylon 5, recently created a TV show called Sense8. The creators of the show alone are a strange pair. The Wachowskis, whom, in The Matrix, portray a quasi-Luciferian Buddhist version of the hero's journey, that's interesting, of the hero's journey on the one hand, with Straczynski, who in Babylon 5 portrays an arguably more Christian-friendly, albeit semi-Gnostic worldview. The premise of Sense8 is as follows. The show's first season introduced a multinational ensemble of cast portraying 8 strangers from different parts of the world who suddenly become sensites, human beings who are mentally and emotionally linked, followed by a partial summary of the first episode titled A Limbic Response. A woman named Angelica births the psychic connection of 8 people around the world before killing herself to avoid capture by a man who has been sent hunting her. The 8 experience the beginnings of their psychic connection with each other by hearing what the others hear and seeing what the others see. At first, this happens without the conscious intention or permission from either party. For example, the young African man is about to get into a fight with some gangsters, the camera cuts, and suddenly, in the young man's place stands the character of the South Korean woman, business executives by day and prize fighter by night. Through fancy use of camera and perspective, the viewer is the only one who fully understands what is happening. The characters themselves are mostly just confused. And the gangsters don't see any change at all, but of a sudden, the young African man can kick butt like a prize fighter. Afterward, both characters are left wondering what the hell just happened. The Korean woman is winded in her office place, and the African left staring at his hands in wonder. Eventually, these sensory powers increase to the point where each can now allow the other to possess their person for the use of skills unique to each individual. All 8 must work together to fight off the evil corporation that hunts their evolved species of humans. I recommend watching the show, but I do not support many of the memes being shoved down the viewers' throats, including, but not limited to, pushing for transsexuality. One of the 8 just happens to have a brain tumor and are a transgender, a gratuitous portrayal of homosexuality, and the way the show seemed to digress into montages of homoerotic orgy sex scenes. But it is cool that each individual combines and works with one another to overcome evil. So again, I ask, what is a geezer? What has brought us together here? How do we pick up on these common themes? Is it possible we are learning to speak some kind of unspoken unified language, a hive mind of sorts with Joseph as the queen bee? Jeez. Is Sense 8 an exaggerated, highly stylized portrayal of the same type of physics artifact evident in our community? Though I would argue Sense 8 portrays people connected primarily via emotion, our community is one connected via reason or via logos. It is the same exact thing, logos, that delineates cosmist thought of a higher planetarian consciousness and Kurzweilian transhumanist thinking in general. Sense 8, and by extension transhumanism, is the hedonistic pagan twisting of the cosmist ideal. So one last time, what is a geezer? For whatever reason, we are connected to our environment, the ether, more so than the average bear. We are connected to each other in ways I can't put my finger on just yet. But is this process natural? Is it being engineered? Is it good or is it bad? Or is the latter wholly up to us? What is your common task? I have to ask Joseph, when did you personally become aware of cosmist thought? How much of your own thought was influenced by cosmism, or was your own creative output developed independently, and the similarities are therefore primarily the product of a common foundation in Eastern Orthodoxy? Well, I would say, all right, Down Under, good night. I would say, Geiger, that my acquaintance with cosmism really began around 1987 or 88. Sometime around there, because at that time I was reading very heavily in theology. I became aware of Sergei Bulgakov and that whole Paris school. If you study Orthodox theology, you'll discover there's actually a whole kind of theological school of thought that was heavily influenced by Bulgakov and some other people. I think some of it very good. I think some of it very detrimental, but nevertheless, it is there. So it was right about the end of the 1980s that I became aware of that. Now, the question that you're asking me was, were any of my views formulated or influenced by it? And that's always kind of a hazardous type of question to answer, because academics will say one thing, and then other people looking at them externally but more objectively might say, well, yeah, they were influenced in these subtle ways. Speaking for myself, I can tell you that my way of thinking was not, to me, consciously influenced by cosmism. I view cosmism as a kind of twisting of orthodoxy. It's a kind of, if you will, it's a kind of Pelagianism. And if you don't know what or who Pelagius was, Pelagianism is the idea of perfectibility of mankind without, and please hear me now, without the aid of divine grace or divine assistance or what have you. And you find secular versions, obviously, of Pelagianism in most modern Western societies. Marxism would be a form of it. Nazism would be a form of it. Darwinism, in some cases, when you start looking at the social Darwinists and so on. So yeah, in that sense, I view much of what I see going on culturally in quasi-theological terms, like the cosmists do, but I certainly don't subscribe to a lot of their programs. So I hope that helps. And incidentally, some very interesting commentary there as well. So to doff my hat to your commentary, just please quit using the teeny tiny little print. All right. This one is from, and let me update everybody here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 questions to go, guys. Okay. So this one is from Kurt, who says, I have just finished reading Transhumanism, and wow, I've got about 3 million questions, but I'll limit it to just a few. In Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, America is the mission field where the great alchemical, magical, scientific reworking of man is to take place. And here's another example precisely of this kind of secularized Pelagianism that I've just got done speaking of. You wrote, quote, Bacon in his parable explicitly states that the inhabitants of the Americas were, quote, the descendants of Neptune planted there, unquote, and even states that the several degrees of ascent whereby man did climb up to a magnificent temple as if it had been the Scala Coeli, or the ladder to heaven, was located there, unquote. This very much reminds me of a later section in Transhumanism where you describe Dante's climb out of hell on the back of the frozen devil. In both cases, it is an ascent, or to be more precise, a re-ascent. Bacon's vision seems especially ominous when read in the light of Dante's climb. It is as if the American people were to be used, or perhaps ground up into powder, in order that some elites might ascend on their backs to heaven. What a doff my hat, Kurt, on that wonderfully superb prose and way of capturing the alchemy and the twisting of it and the whole sort of twisted perfection agenda going on here. That is so profound and so spot on. I can't begin to tell you. I'll read it again. Bacon's vision seems especially ominous when read in the light of Dante's climb. It is as if the American people were to be used, or perhaps ground up into powder, in order that some elites might ascend on their backs to heaven. These children of Neptune are depicted in Bacon's vision as so much construction material, and that's true. Bacon's vision seems consistent with the dark variant of the metaphor as you describe it in Transhumanism. Idem est, it entails bloody sacrifice or burnt offering. Yep. And speaking of bloody sacrifices, burnt offerings, and inverted metaphors, are the Yahwists lurking in the background of transhumanism? Do they, in fact, represent the organizational head of this alchemical agenda? Are the visionary tech geniuses who appear to be leading the charge merely the dutiful functionaries of an invisible college of dark occultists, men very much like Lord Henry in the picture of Dorian Gray? Are Gates, Zuckerberg, and so on merely technicians charged with logistics and execution? Have they, like Dorian, made the pact? have they, metaphorically speaking, been handed a book that has changed their lives? What do you suspect? Yes. Kurt, I am in almost 100% agreement with your reading of things here. I do not suspect that the current technocrats are, so to speak, the ultimate powers behind the curtain. Remember, The Wizard of Oz portrays this, the movie. You have the wizard behind a curtain pushing dials and pulling levers. He's the technocrat. While you have a projection of a master magician. And that is Frank Baum's understanding of it, which I think is horribly off the mark. I think actually it's really kind of the other way around. I think the man behind the curtain isn't pushing knobs and manipulating dials and so on. He's actually drawing pentagrams on the floor, like Faust, and lighting candles and doing rituals and making sacrifices, and talking all sorts of neo-Gnostic absurdity. And the technocrat is his public face. That's really the way I view things. The public face that is projected is one of, and please hear me now, it's one of reason rather than rationality. And by reason, I mean that superficial reason of the materialist, of the consumer, of the materialist Darwinist, someone like Richard Dawkins. Those are the people that are kind of the projection. The technocrat. In other words, the Hillary Clintons or the John Podestas, the Mitch McConnells, you know, the people that think they're above it all because they know they're wise. The Marxes, the Marcuses, the Gramscis, and so on. But behind them, there is real dark occult and occulted magic and its practitioners. That's my genuine view. And they are taking orders, and in many cases aren't even aware that they are, because they're falling prey to the easy, hear me now, I hope you will hear me. They are falling prey to the easy formulae that have become current in our society. The easy psychological formulae, tough love, self-healing. There's a lot of them. I could go on and on. Continuing. Incidentally, it strikes me that there is plenty of Yahwist spirit in every revolutionary movement, from the Bavarian Illuminati to the Jacobins, to the Nazi Party, to the Communist Party, to Gramsci, to the Frankfurt School, to Jim Jones, Saul Alinsky, to the transhumanism, and on and on. The common signature is a willingness or even gleeful desire to sacrifice innocence, or just quite significantly to sacrifice, period. Incidentally, all of this leads me to this question. Can we say definitively that Yahweh is Lucifer? Have centuries of pious folk in the world's three major religions been duped into rooting not just for a bad guy, but the bad guy? Well, that is, incidentally, one of the things that Gnosticism believed, and on that score, they were raising a very significant question. Because, in my opinion, it becomes very difficult to explain the moral behavior of the Yahweh character. Most of the theological explanations or justifications that you have for some of his behavior is really, if you examine it carefully, ex post facto. Okay, in other words, it's an explanation that comes along much later in the game for reasons that could never have been apparent to anyone back in the time period when they allegedly took place. So yeah, it is a significant question. All right, let me continue. Finally, Christ is often depicted in Western art as a masculine androgyne, as you allude to in transhumanism. Actually, I stated in transhumanism that the Roman Catholic holy picture portrays Christ as a very feminine figure. All right, not as it is an I can't say it, androgynous. There we go. It is an androgynous type of depiction, but it is, as a result of that, it's very feminizing. All right. He is portrayed alchemically as the union of opposites, as a fusion of heaven and earth drawn together by love for the sake of restoring reason to man and to order the cosmos. As a symbol, he seems to stand in diametric opposition to sacrificial Yahwism. But as Christianity is so closely intermingled with Yahwism, how can they be unalloyed? Many thanks in advance for any thoughts or insights you are willing to share on the above. Well, that is the question. Can they be unalloyed? And I have to be very, very honest, Kurt, and say this is a problem that racks my mind. There is no good or easy way to do it, because you have to, as I've said many times before, you have to contend with an absolutely enormous database. That's the problem. And even if you were to do it, what would you do with it? I'll talk privately with you on that issue if you wish, because that's something that I've had to struggle with most of my life. And there are various reasons that I don't want to discuss publicly about this that are very, very difficult for me. Because what you're doing there is you are impinging on something that is not only very personal to people, but also you're impinging on something that is beyond just their own person. It's part of a culture, and that's what makes it so difficult. And I'll leave it at that. I know I'm speaking kind of... Jay, thanks for coming in, Jay. You're dealing with a very, very difficult thing. It's, and I'll have to leave it there. I don't want to be mystical or any thing of the sort. It's just very, very difficult to talk about. Must disagree with that assessment there, Blake Cosmos. All right, this one is from Kenny in Puerto Rico. Let's see if Kenny is still with us. Yeah, it looks like he is. All right, Kenny, this is your question finally. Folks, I want you to listen carefully to this one. This is a really, I have to say, this was probably one of the most intriguing questions of the night out of a lot of intriguing questions. This is really, really, really interesting. So listen carefully. Kenny says, hello, everybody. This commentary is entitled Social Work, System Theory, Physics, and Family Intervention. I think it is important to summarize these observations in the hope that someone somewhere somehow can further research this and maybe a serious study can be made. For I know many academics, professionals, and super smart people who are a part of the Giza community, and therefore I will do my best to do a careful unpacking of this. Dr. Farrell, please join in to further the commentary. I'm dying to hear everybody's reactions because this has been on my mind for a very long time. I am a social worker supervising a child protection program in Puerto Rico. When I decided to become a professional in this field, I had one goal in mind: help my fellow man and earn a living along the way. When you enter the social work program, you are quickly introduced to system theory, which is the framework or canvas in which the practice is made, is almost drilled into students' heads from the beginning. System theory has several principles that has been applied to social work, the most important of which are: number one, the family is a system made of different subsystems. For example, the father is a subsystem, the mother is a subsystem, the children are a subsystem. Number two, any change on a subsystem will affect the other subsystems. This part is the most important, and I will get on to that later. Number three, the family is an open system in constant interaction with other systems. Example, the school, the church, healthcare, government are all examples of this. Number four, it receives energy, which is nothing but information from the other systems. System theory is also applied to medicine. The human body is a system with a cardiovascular system, digestive system, circulatory system, and so on. Also, this is used in physics in, for example, the work of Dr. Paul Laviolette. So we are dealing here with a unified theory that goes across very different disciplines that don't seem to have a relationship to one another, but it fits and makes sense in all of them. Excuse me. What I am noticing in the professional practice, there is a physics in family interactions. For example, a family member gets diagnosed with a mental illness, and all of a sudden, the whole physics of the family changes. Now we have several members with depression. If unemployment hits a family member, the whole physics in the system turns upside down. So there is a physics at play here, and I'm sorry, but psychological behavior theories are simplistic, materialistic, and in my professional experience, do not work in real boots on the ground practice. I go even further. The social worker himself or herself becomes entangled with the physics of that family. I have taken workers out of a case because they simply get burned. Let me add, just like there is a closed system of finance and a closed system of physics, there are also closed family systems. It could be for different reasons: poverty, unemployment, and so on. Once you open the family system, the whole physics changes. Information starts to flow back in. So I'm proposing that social work has nothing to do with psychology and everything to do with physics. Just like teachers need to get out of stimulus response education, we need to do the same thing and try to look at the physics of this. I cannot stress this enough. There is a physics. Those are my humble observations and opinions. And doff my hat here, Kenny. When I read that, I thought of dynamics in my own family. My father was an alcoholic. I ended up being an alcoholic. my uncles, you know. And it's interesting what you're talking about here about the systems. It's as if the, if you will, the template, and I'm going all the way back here, Kenny, to an image that I tried to give people in all those talks with Georgianne Hughes when I was trying to describe what scalar physics was, what this topological metaphor of the medium was, and so on and so forth. And the image I came up with was, okay, you have a pond that's absolutely glass smooth, and you throw a bunch of rocks up in it. And even though it's a random throw, the rocks come down and they will all create circular waves that will interfere with each other. And that interference pattern becomes a template of action. Okay? Now, the Soviet Union, and again, the text called Gravitobiology by Tom Bearden is a crucially important text, because the Soviet Union discovered that there was an electromagnetic signature in a diseased cell that, if it had a particular disease, would have a particular kind of interference pattern in its electromagnetic signature. And that healthy cells similarly have their own interference pattern. Now let's extend this to your physics analogy, and I would actually say metaphysics in a true, literal, proper sense of that word, because that's what you're getting at. If you're looking at a family, you're dealing with a template of action that is common to the system. That's why culture is important. Every family has a culture. Every family has a shared template of habit or habitual action, okay? And when that template changes in one individual, because of the connection that they have in that common action, that common template, we're going back to the imagery conjured by Geiger talking about the Russian cosmos. When that template changes, the whole family changes. So what do you do? How do you treat it? I think this is what you're getting at. Because what does psychology do? Well, it prescribes you pills, and what do the pills do? The pills suppress the template, okay? But they don't deal with it. They simply eradicate it and, you know, make it kind of pretend go away. So I think, yes, you're dealing with information. So the real trick, I think, is going to have to be, and it will take prolonged study, the real trick is, how do you inject information into a psychological or family situation that will change the template of action. And I suspect that it is going to have to be a combination of factors, because let's be honest here, some of these behaviors do have a physiological origin and some of them don't. And if you're a materialist, scientist, psychologist, you think it can all be treated with drugs. And the answer is no, it cannot. And I think this was what Sigmund Freud, incidentally, that Sigmund Freud was getting at with psychoanalysis. Oh, whatever. The problem here is that you've got to change that informational template. And I suspect that part of it is simply going to have to be, in some people's cases, literally reprogramming themselves to have certain formulae, okay, taken out of their programming and reprogram them with something else. Mantras do this oftentimes in Hindu practice. Litanies do this in Christian ritual. It's something like that, I think, that we're dealing with. In other words, you are trying to reestablish a template of intention that can be more or less subconsciously programmed into you in these family system situations. All right. So it could be a combination of these things, and it may even be electromagnetic in nature, that you can literally reprogram your electromagnetic environment. This is such a complex issue. I refuse to believe that it is merely biochemical or merely electromagnetic. It can be and is those things, but those things are all open systems working with each other, and part of it is the mind over matter principle. People that know me well know that I suffer from depression. I take no drugs, none. I've just learned in my life that I've got these cycles. I get into them and I get out of them, and that's part of life, and I don't want to be dependent on drugs that some pharma company is going to charge me an arm and a leg for. So anyway, that's my speculation. And please understand here, Kenny, I'm not a social worker professional. I'm certainly not a health professional. I've been already slammed in a kind of pettifogging way about psychology, not psychiatry. Okay, folks, fine. You know what I'm saying. Let's not quibble over the words. But I'm not a health professional. I'm not trying to give advice here. I'm trying to really speak to the scientific point that you're raising, that none of this has been studied in the way it needs to be studied. It's all been kind of superficial. And I suspect that what you're getting at is, we've got all of these disciplines that are isolated and fragmented from each other and cannot look at anything whole. And that's the problem too. We need Michelangelos and Da Vinci's and Cosimo de Medici's in this world. We don't need more Richard Dawkinses and all these people. Anyway, I hope that helps, Kenny. That was a really, to me, that was just a frightening example of what's going on and wrong in our culture. We are in a culture war, and they are making war on the fundamentals of this culture. They want to eliminate them and replace them with something absolutely barbaric. This one is from Gordon, and he says, in Thrice Great Hermetica in the Janus Age, you devote time to various family bloodline hypotheses for the origins of Templar prior knowledge. I want to ask about the Norman involvement in the formation of the order, given around 2/3 of the founding members were of Norman descent. Number one, the Normans were originally Northmen, hence their name, which means they descended from groups that were likely never not aware of the New World, given the bounteous evidence for North Atlantic voyaging. Number two, having been Catholic for all of about 5 seconds, the Normans make straight for the Holy Land by way of southern Italy. Number three, Norman piety is weird. Soon after winning Normandy, they expand the monastery of Mont Saint-Michel, initially in a Romanesque style, before Gothicing it in a century or so later. The common suggestion is that the Normans were so obsessed with Saint-Michel because they were warriors, strikes me as a necessary but insufficient explanation. When you consider that the remnants of the Carolingian Renaissance were to be found in the monasteries, it is entirely likely that they encountered some early Christian Neoplatonic or late classical texts having to do with angels and so on. Yeah, I would agree with that. Definitely would agree with that. By 1017, Norman pilgrims were at Monte San Angelo in southern Italy. This means that these allegedly devout pilgrims literally rode past Rome itself to visit a place where an extra-dimensional entity they believed they had special relationship with was said to have physically landed on Earth. That's what they chose for their pilgrimage. Number five, Norman expansion is also weird. England, northern France, fine. southern Italy, and then Antioch, especially as so many of these invasions were independent. It even led to the Pope himself unsuccessfully leading an army against the Normans in Apulia. 6. And it was the Sicilian Normans that were hiring Muslim scholars to combine over 70 maps into a unified mappa mundi, a map of the world. Plus, their blended architecture suggests a Hermetic Christian-Muslim blend, or at least some attempt to explore what that might look like cosmologically. So, we have an obsession with angels and presumed access to classical documents that view them in at least quasi-technical ways. Number 2, a prior awareness of the New World. Number 3, map making and treasure hunting. And number 4, funding and involvement in the early Crusades. So, the question is, how much of the Templar project was a Norman project? A lot of this ran concurrently and rather than sequentially, and concurrently with the Gothic Renaissance. Can we say project or should we say vector? I would say, oh, wonderful. Doff my hat there, Gordon. I would say vector. I would say easily. I mean, you cannot research the beginning of the Templars without running exactly into what he has pointed out, this sudden Norman expansion. You've got basically the Normans that are creating the Templars, and then all of this happens, all right? And let's not forget the Reconquista in Spain. This is, I think, a key overlooked part of it. Why? Because you had in Moorish Spain, you had all of this explosion of, for that day, scholarship in a very cosmopolitan sort of environment. You know, you had Jewish scholars, Muslim scholars, Christian scholars, all, you know, cogitating all of this stuff. I think, yes, this is a vector. Why and how they decide to do all of this, why do they decide to do it at that time? I think there is much more to the story than I or other people have written about, because we're looking at something we don't yet really fully understand. In fact, I think we probably are understanding and looking at only about 50% of the picture. That's my guess. I think the timing of it has occult roots that are not to this day sufficiently plumbed. I think the explosion of the Norman conquest, and you know, you mentioned the strangeness of conquering England and northern France and then southern Italy. Well, to me, the thing that needs, I'm kind of the reverse of you, Gordon. The thing that needs explaining to me is not their obsession with southern Italy or Palestine. It's the obsession with England. What's that about? You know, really, why do you have William deciding, I'm going to go across this channel and conquer England? And as a result of that, you have a very strange jurisprudential system emerging there. What I think there, in other words, I think that the agenda behind the Norman interest in the Middle East may be tied to the Norman interest in England and northern France, and for that matter, ultimately to the Templar interest in Spain and southern France. They're looking for something. And the only thing that I can come up with is that some of these families have some traditions that are not widely known outside their circle, and they are creating an apparatus which they themselves control and can use to go looking for whatever it is they know. So in other words, I don't think the entire Templar order, just like the Masons, really knows what the bosses are really up to. It's been a very clever It's been a very clever sort of operation when you get right down to it. All right, this one from a cult fan. We've got two more after this, guys, and I'm really glad of that because my voice is beginning to wear out. He says, all right, and folks, I should explain that he originally wrote this as kind of a private commentary, and I didn't understand whether or not this was a Vidchat question or commentary or what, but this is an interesting commentary. He subsequently said, when I asked him if it was a Vidchat question, he said, yeah, go ahead and make it a Vidchat question. So this is originally a private email, so we're kind of commenting here. He says, this is a Twin Peaks spoiler alert, so deal with it. After you have read this article, ponder the following. The question has to do with Twin Peaks as a revelation of method of sorts, though I see it as just his work as a director telling the most unbelievable truth. Apparently, we have an American CERN in Lead, South Dakota, which is sort of true. They're using the old Homestake gold mine there, which has some shafts of that gold mine go down about 8,000 feet, about 1.5 miles into the surface of the Earth. And they're using them to detect neutrinos and other cosmic particles. So it's not quite CERN, but it is a sort of particle accelerator type experiment. Anyway, so let me back up and give you the context again. This question has to do with Twin Peaks as a revelation of the method of sorts. Though I see it as just his work as a director telling the almost unbelievable truth, apparently we have an American CERN in Lead, South Dakota. Buckhorn, the buck is a leader, the horns are leading. The hominin of Buckhorn may be an occult correspondence which may serve as a variable for the official extant nature of this topological rearrangement occurring in real time. And Buckhorn, incidentally, is a fictional town that David Lynch has put into his current reboot of the Twin Peaks series. Continuing. Las Vegas and Twin Peaks and Buckhorn and New York City are a few of the locales explored in this vaster world of Twin Peaks, The Return. And we know that the companion book, The Secret History of Twin Peaks, that Area 51, interdimensional entities, not aliens, and in the show itself, strange insect or fairy or otherlings crawl in to a Julie Garland-esque archetype, bringing up allusions to Alice in Wonderland, if you ask me, and other such creatures. In the first episode, we have a malicious and murderous gray entity appear and take form in this dimension. So, Lynch, certainly along with Mark Frost, lest we forget, are telling the story of the actual events around us on a hidden level. Masonry and dark masonry are the topics. The myth theme of the founding of America is another. The native peoples myth mixing with the likes of Lewis and Clark, so much more. Even square and compass, owly rings. They seem to be telling the story of this greater occurrence which fits your common, uncommon, high-octane speculation. This is to say, for this particular leg of this spider, De La Strange and Stranger, South Dakota is playing the CERN to the New Mexican, as mentioned in the book, Secret History of the Twin Peaks, released October 2016 by Mark Frost. An atomic bomb, which I have and continue to see as being what brought those strange insect creatures in, and those homeless zombie dimensionals. That's why they have no dimension. That's why they're homeless. They do not belong in this realm. This is all to say that these headless, a reference to John the Baptist, headless, right? That these headless victims, or how Hastings has his head devoured by the homeless beastie because there was a weak area in the reality where that portal was, and how he had been using dimensional magic, Kenneth Grant may be referenced here, which obviously shows how humans are repeatedly viewed as a food source or a source of prey for just killing. These versions of these entities shown, this insect fairy crawls in her mouth, the copulating sex magic couple are ripped to shreds, Hastings is consumed and his head collapses. All this recalls to mind the classic hit by the Pixies, Where Is My Mind? This is all to say, I wonder if you see merit in this line of thought I've been developing. I was interviewed on episode 27 of A Culture. By the way, I did listen to that interview, folks. You might, if you're a Twin Peaks fan and want to hear some further development of this analysis, you can listen to Occult Fan be interviewed there. That's episode 27 on Occulture to talk about the occult meanings in Twin Peaks. I wonder if you find this valid and if you have anything to add to it that you've noticed as well. I do find it valid. I find it valid, and probably what we're doing is we're kind of only skimming the surface is my take on it. And the reason I say that is when I've been watching these episodes too with some friends, and I find myself watching them and thinking as I'm doing so, I'm not getting everything. I'd have to go back and re-watch them to get everything, I think. And in that interview, the other thing that was very apparent to me when you were in that interview with the other gentleman was he was bringing up some things and you were bringing up some things that were details that I had either completely forgotten or not even noticed in the first place. So yeah, I think you're onto something here. I think there's probably many layered levels to this, and the only thing I can say to kind of round this out is that in watching Twin Peaks, it's kind of like trying to decipher all the symbolism, and there's layers and layers of symbolism in Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. You know, I go back and watch that thing and I notice more and more things every time I do. And I suspect that's the case here. I think probably we're just still kind of skimming the surface. All right, this one from K Tower. We're almost done, guys. Thank goodness. My my voice is really getting a workout. She says, good evening, Dr. Farrell and fellow Vidchatters. I'd like to revisit the infamous June 23rd Vidchat. Please note, references to the Schumann resonance are meant to serve as a handy label for what Mate called the magnetic resonance of the individual resonating with the Earth, creating a vast living matrix. One that you said with a hearty, do you think, would affect the resonance of the Great Pyramid. Is there a network of pyramids monitoring life throughout the Milky Way galaxy? In the Tower of Babel moment, did our planet's Schumann resonance indicate we fell short of the culture of compassion necessary to keep our technology under moral control? Now, I have to stop there because we're falling into a trap that I knew would happen. It's easy to say that this is all a physics, but the problem is you have to understand that it's not materialistic. You went from compassion to Schumann resonance. Well, the more immediate leap would be from compassion to the heart. Now, the heart is obviously a physical organ as well as an emotional, intellectual, non-material one. And the real problem here is there a resonance for that? Well, yeah, I think probably there is, but let me suggest that if you're thinking in those terms, analogically, that the fundamental of all overtones is love. Okay? So give me the frequency for love. And that's the problem, because no one can. So I would be careful of doing this sort of thing, okay? With that caveat, let me continue. Was humanity dismantled to ensure the safety of the galaxy and to give us another chance to evolve coherently, ruled by our hearts in conjunction with our heads? That's a more interesting take on Tower of Babel moment. And there, I think you're on to something, because what you're suggesting, if I'm understanding you, is that at the Tower of Babel, mankind was paying more attention to the head than the heart. In other words, very much like the modern scientismist, not the scientist, but the scientismist, who, you know, is going to do whatever they want to do in the laboratory, to cite the phrase of the Old Testament, come what may. Yeah, I'll grow human organs in pigs and miniature brains and genetically tinker with, you know, human fetuses, and on it goes, because there should be no moral restraints on science. All of that's religious hocus pocus. We're going to do it. Yeah, if that's the way, if I'm understanding you, and if that's the way you're viewing the Tower of Babel, yes, I think that is part of the problem. In other words, the problem wasn't simply what they were building. The problem is the motivation behind it, the state, the spiritual state of humanity that led to that state of building whatever it was they were building, that would enable them to do whatever they pleased. That's also what's being targeted. So there, yes, I would agree that there is a resonance, if you want to use that term, that became disrupted. All right. Continuing. The Schumann resonance has hummed along at a steady 7.83 hertz since it was confirmed in 1954, but several times in the last few months it has spiked to twice that and more. You said that each human is a bioelectric system sharing frequencies with the Schumann resonance, true, which I interpret to indicate a symbiotic relationship between our collective unconscious and our planet. That's interesting that you toss in the collective unconscious of Jung there, and I'm not quite certain what you're getting at there. So I'm not going to comment about it, because that one could be dangerous. I think I know what you mean, but that could be dangerous. But you're suggesting that, how to put this without going into the dangerous areas, you're suggesting that the Schumann resonance somehow is affecting, or may have created, or be one of the bases for those archetypes in the Jungian collective unconscious. That's an interesting one, because it suggests in its turn, if I'm reading you correctly, it suggests if you dramatically change that Schumann cavity resonance, that the archetypes change, or maybe some of them are emphasized and others aren't. That one's a heavy duty, and I don't know how to respond to that. Probably there is some connection, and if you're right, then yeah, it's possible. I that's what I'm going to have to think about. Let me continue. Factor in the great year, our 26,000 rotation, 26,000 year-long rotation around the galaxy. Comparing it to a 24-hour day, in 2017, we are at approximately 6 a.m. As we are waking up from the night of the Iron Age and moving into the early morning of the Bronze, might not the increase in galactic energy be affecting mankind, the planet, and the solar system? Sure, yeah, it could. Could this increase in energy trigger something in the Giza pyramid? It might, I don't know. What I'm questioning here is where you're getting your data. What kind of uh, energy are you referring to, and where are you getting the idea that the energy is on an increase? I'm not following that. Okay, that's where I'm having some difficulty. Consider man-made mounds. Could the pyramids and mounds have once resonated? I think they do. And in fact, I think they still do so. The mound size and construction of alternating natural substances indicate they could be a power source, perhaps as a consciousness projector, allowing shamans and priests and pharaohs to cross realms. That I've heard before. I'm not willing to say no. It's just there's so much claptrap out there about higher consciousness and shamans and all of this. The problem is that I think these resonators, if they are consciousness resonators, I think it's because at a much deeper level, their resonances kind of across the board. They're kind of universal resonators. In other words, they resonate with the earth, they resonate with life, with organic life, they resonate with the planets, they resonate with consciousness, and so on. So in other words, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're trying to focus on that, and I'm having a little difficulty with that. You told Kurt it wasn't the Giza pyramid could not be destroyed, but rather that it should not be destroyed. Does the Great Pyramid still serve as a planetary purpose, even though it has been at least partially dismantled? And if so, what might that purpose be? This is another walk around Harvey's barn, because in my thinking, K-Tower, the pyramid is, like I said, it's kind of one of these universal resonators, okay? In other words, it's a coupled oscillator with a whole lot of things all at the same time. And as I pointed out in Giza Death Star, that whole trilogy, one of the things it's coupled to, one of the things it is oscillating with, is not just simply the planet Earth, but it is also very definitely, it looks to me, coupled with systems that are off planet. And this is true because the oscillatory harmonic resonances are built into the structure itself. Okay, in other words, it's not part of the stuff that's missing, it's right there in the structure itself. So that means there's some sort of, please hear me now, because we're going back to what Kenny said, that means there's some sort of open system link between the pyramid and this planet and other planets, which, and this is way out on the end of the twig speculation here, and I give it a 1% probability of being true, but it's that 1% probability of what it is that's the disturbing problem here. If all of that's true, then that means that the pyramid is in oscillation with the Earth, that there's a feedback loop between the two, so that destroying it might have a planetary effect that we do not know. And I don't want to find out what that might be. Okay, that's the problem. And if, as you're suggesting, one of its main effects is consciousness, then if you destroy that, what might happen to consciousness? And go back, K-Tower, to something I said it's been like many Vidchats ago. I was at a conference with Chris Dunn once, years ago, more than 10 years ago now. I think about 13 years ago. And, you know, he's the author of the Giza power plant. He's the guy that really kind of pushed me to try and write down my ideas about the pyramid. Well, Chris Dunn said that, and you know, he's very honest. My weapons hypothesis makes him very uncomfortable. It makes most people uncomfortable, and it should. But he said, okay, well, I've often thought that if the pyramid was a weapon, maybe it's a weapon, a consciousness weapon, beaming pleasant, peaceful thoughts to people. And I thought, okay, fine. And I got up and said, okay, if that's the case, then how do you explain the violence of that region of the world? Now, maybe he's right. Maybe if we took it away, that region of the world would become more violent. I don't know. But again, that's that 1% way out onto the end of the twig speculation, but I don't want to find out, okay? Best to leave that alone until we understand, really, not just my high-octane harebrained speculation, but until we really understand the physics that's going on in those things, we'd better leave them well enough alone, okay? That's my bottom line on those things. All right, now, continuing. RGB asked if the cabal were trying to modify human beings to house less desirable entities in physical form. Is the cabal trying to engineer another fall of man, not only to serve their usual nefarious purposes, but to prevent our evolution into a higher plane of existence or a higher dimension? By dimension, I mean the frequency that houses or hosts particular types of compatible life forms. You also said the leaders on this planet are only corporals and sergeants in the big picture hierarchy. Projecting from here below to as above, are we in a spiraling interdimensional battle between forces for evolution versus forces for devolution? I can't help but recall Franklin ordered the pyramid to be placed on the dollar bill in 1935. You mean Roosevelt? Yeah, Franklin Roosevelt. In 1930, I thought you meant Ben Franklin. In 1935, when the Nazis were on the move and rushed to build the Pentagon, beginning construction on September 11th, 1941, probably the least occult thing about that pentagram. What function do you think the Great Pyramid plays in this cosmic struggle? Again, as my hypothesis on the Great Pyramid has always been clear. I think it is a weapon, and that it was a weapon of mass destruction. But because of the nature, and this is where people always try to mitigate the hypothesis, because of the nature of the unified physics that I believe was behind it, I believe that physics was so highly unified that, yeah, it could function as one of these universal resonators. But anyone knowing the principles of that physics would know, and would have known, that by building such a structure and embodying all the things in it that they were doing, that the ultimate purpose of this thing was weaponry, and it could have other functions subsidiary to that. So I don't know. The interdimensional part of that is the cabal trying to devolve us. My answer has to be a qualified yes, because look at what they're doing. The political class of the West is literally destroying one of the most, the foundations of one of the most long-lived and, in my opinion, glorious civilizations on Earth. And if you don't believe me, try and sit down and listen to 50 minutes of a Chinese opera or a Hindu raga, as opposed to 50 minutes of Beethoven or Chopin or whoever. And I guarantee you, you'll wear out really quickly listening to the high culture and music of those cultures versus our own. There's a reason for that. It is not merely accidental. There are reasons why this civilization did the things it did and achieved the things it achieved, and they are not rooted in Gnosticism. They are rooted in Judaism and covenant, in Christianity and logos, and in Hermeticism and the idea of free and skeptical inquiry. Those are the three things. Take any one of them away, you don't have Western culture. And those three things are under assault now. So are the elites trying to devolve us? Yes, they're trying to rip us away from our own cultural roots. And America is the perfect ground for it because America, as I've pointed out, has a tradition of anti-traditionalism. Okay, so I think that devolution isn't the only game here. I think the problem is the elites have surrounded themselves, K Tower, for so long with people of their own view that they themselves are now victim to their own program. They themselves are look at our leadership class. They've been doing this so long that they believe their own lies. And in the process, they cannot be reformed. They are leading us to destruction. And it's very, very deliberate, but in their case, it's almost unconsciousness now. Yeah, and Karambit points out something. The Indians and Chinese love Baroque classical music. And again, the question is, why? Okay. Well, for one thing, they've got cultures, they've got multi-track cultures to begin with. So, yeah, that's going to be something that would appeal to them. All right, and then you say, you assured me that Earth is not only quarantined, but certainly being watched closely. And when Kurt asked if totally destroying the Giza Pyramid would have destroyed life on our planet, your response was, bingo. And that's my 1% fear. That thing is reliant on a physics we don't understand. And lest we do something tremendously stupid, best leave that thing alone, because it may be having some sort of stabilizing gravitational effect. I don't know. But it is so to speak, a longitudinal wave in the medium type of weapon, and that implies gravity. So do I want to start touching around with that stuff and say, oh, we don't need that thing? No. No, I don't. I hope that explains why. If my speculations are off the mark, as they may well be, what scenario would you suggest to explain the importance of the Giza Pyramid to life on our planet and beyond? Well, again, my hypothesis is that it was a weapon of mass destruction using highly unified principles of physics, which can also be used to stabilize systems. So do I want to play around with that? No. Could it be sustaining something? Yes. Pardon me. Do I know that it is? No. Remember, my argument about the Great Pyramid, K Tower, is very similar to my argument about the Nazi bell. I'm looking at data points that I have to take out of that set of data points and interpret or speculate a physics model that might have been responsible for making that structure. Okay? And when I do so, I get a physics that tells me they were playing around, so to speak, with a fundamentally cosmologically potentially destructive thing. And therefore, do I want to come barging in as a speculating amateur and say, well, let's blow that thing up, it's just a big eyesore? No, I think that would be a very bad idea if you take my meaning. All right. Final question of the evening. This one is from Trevor V, I think. And let me make sure Trevor still is in the chat room here. Wow, we've still got from the looks of it. Let me look here. Let me refresh my user list here, guys, because I'm showing a big discrepancy on YouTube and in the chat room. So just give me a second. Come on, computer. Yeah, that's more like it. All right, let me see if Trevor V is still here. We've still got, wow, 52 people in the chat room, guys. Tab Key, you came in late. I didn't see you come in, so welcome. Carla Venezia came into the chat room, so welcome to you. It looks like Trevor over there in the United Kingdom. Oh, there he is, way up the top there. All right, so this one is Trevor. He says, I have a question that I would like your opinion on, and it has been bugging me ever since it happened. And I'm still unsure of what it was. I hope maybe you or someone in the chat room might have an idea of what happened. One night, my girlfriend and I were sitting, chatting, and watching TV. My brother walks out of his room to go outside for a smoke. After a few minutes, the door opens and he walks back in. As he walked in, he was hiding his eyes from me, and I got a horrible pain in my stomach that something was horribly wrong. My girlfriend turned to see him walk in. She watched him walk through the living room to the kitchen. After which, she turned and said, "What the, you know what?" I shrugged and I turned to catch him in the kitchen. When I walked in the kitchen, it was empty. I came back out to the living room and told her that he was not in the kitchen. Her response was disbelief. She stood up to go check herself when my brother opened the door and walked in. He never saw anything outside that was out of the normal, and more importantly, never saw the door open, which made both me and my girlfriend turn to look. Any ideas? It was as if a time slip. Why did I get such a strong negative? If it was such a time slip, why did I get a strong negative feeling? Why was whatever it was hiding its eyes? Any thoughts would be greatly welcome, because I'm all out of them. Yeah, I do. You may have just been played a prank by a pranking spirit. You may have experienced some sort of weird time slip or weird parallel universe thing. And I know I sound nuts, folks. I know I sound nuts. But bear with me here. There's a little method in my madness. I want you to notice something, first of all, that seems to be a common element in these types of occurrences. Number one, your attention is distracted, okay? In other words, you're not intending to conjure, experience, or even desire the experience of something extraordinary. It just happens, and something about when it happens makes you sit up and take notice. In this case, your brother comes in, goes into the kitchen. He's not in the kitchen, and the door opens again, and your brother comes in. Okay, so your attention's distracted, and something like this happens. Now, I suggest that it is the attention being distracted and yet focused. Okay, in other words, the mind is in high gear, but it's not any particular focus. Okay, there's a sidereal aspect off over here, so to speak, in the peripheral plane of the mind's vision. All right, kind of like what you see out of the corner of your eye. Now, I can tell you, this is going to sound, you can all put me in the loony bin after you hear this one. But I can tell you, I have had a similar, I don't know what else to call it, displacement experience. I've had a similar displacement experience that happened to me at a conference a few years ago where, and this is going to sound just totally bats, okay? We were in one of those, states where the anti-smoking fascists and snowflakes are a dime a dozen and actually in control of the state government. Nutty-fornia, folks. So I went outside of my motel room, and my motel room was on the second floor, and this is very important, okay? I went downstairs, and they even had this little place way across the motel that you had to walk 5 minutes to get to, that was their officially sanctioned smoking area. And I'll go outside and down to the bottom of the stairs. I'm not walking 10 minutes to get to the stupid smoking area, you fascist twits. But anyway, so I had my cigarette, and I was thinking, kind of as you do when you're sort of relaxing, but your mind is off over here doing something, God knows what. Finished my cigarette, and I walked back upstairs to my room. Okay? I walked up, standard staircase, 1, 2, 3, 4. I walked up to the second floor, 1, 2. Okay? Took out my hotel passkey, put it in my door, wouldn't work. Put it in my door, wouldn't work. Put it in my door, wouldn't work. And I thought, what in the name of sense? Put it in my door, didn't work. I looked at the room number, and I was 1 floor up from where my room was. Now, folks, again, you can think of this what you will. I walked up 2 flights of stairs, not 4 flights of stairs. I walked up to the second floor, not the third floor, and yet I was on the third floor. Okay, I don't know how I got there. I didn't have any missing time. I didn't have any blackout. I wasn't not paying any attention. I was very conscious of the fact that I'd walked up 2 flights of stairs. Okay, so I should have been on the second floor, and but yeah, the thing there was, again, my attention was focused, but it was not there. It was off over here doing something, and there was this weird little slip. What does it mean? I don't know. I do think that there is enough of this stuff going on with too many people that there is something going on, and it's not imaginary. No, occult fan, don't go there. Don't try and psychologize this. I know what happened to me, and I will not allow you to psychologize this. This was not fallible. This was not misperception. It was me going up 2 flights of stairs and ending up on the 3rd floor. Don't psychologize this. There was a recent death that I think was another manifestation of the Mandela effect, and I forget who it was, because it was another one of those deaths where I remembered this individual dying years ago, and so does my friend Scott DeHart. I think these things are related. I do. I think these things are related. And I think that possibly what we are dealing with here is we might be having slips, so to speak, from other timelines. I don't know. I don't know. That's the best I can come up with here, Trevor V. That's what I think you may have experienced. I'm not doubting that you saw your brother come in and the kitchen was empty and he comes in again. You know, I'm not doubting that at all, because I got to tell you, prior to that experience, I may have doubted it. But after that one, you know, I literally stood there in shock for about 2 minutes with my key card in hand, thinking, how in the name of sense did I get up here on the 3rd floor when I only walked up 2 flights of stairs? It can't be done. So, you know, I literally, I just stood there like, holy cow, I've just had one of those experiences that people like me are not supposed to have. But anyway, so that's it, guys. That's the vid chat. Is this not the same conference where Walter and yourself noticed people? No, no, it is not the same conference. No. It was actually a different conference. And I was, you know, every time I think, I was so blown away, I wrote it down. You know, I don't journal, or, you know, occasionally I'll write something down in a little notebook I have that I want to remember. And that, on that occasion, I did. I just, I went back down, you know, and that's the funny thing. When I went back down, I thought, you know, okay, yeah, there's 4 flights of stairs. So anyway, no, I can't believe it. It's a crazy, dumb, stupid story. But until something like this happens to you, you know, when you're fully attentive, and even you're fully attentive, but nevertheless your mind is kind of over here, and you're taking in observation, and you see these things happen, and you think, I've lost my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Geiger says the walls have been breached, and that's what I think is going on. I think we're witnessing macro quantum effects, if you will. Displaced time, displaced space. I think that's what we're seeing happen. You know, the whole series Fringe was based on this whole premise, and it was kind of an interesting series. But, you know, no, it's not a psychological phenomenon. It's not due to human fallibility. Fallibility is one thing, but, you know, it's just, yeah, Whitley Strieber, yeah, he's had similar things. It's just a really weird thing. Yeah, Walter Bishop. Yeah, touche, Winston. Yeah, Walter Bishop. It's just, you know, and lock me up in some loony bin in Massachusetts for 17 years. Well, it's not going to end before I have my last cigarette, and then I'll end it there. But yeah, June. Yeah, June. Yeah, a piece of clothing that you know you wore, you took with you, can't find it. You come home. Yeah, I've had that happen. Yep, I have had that happen. Yep, UFO incidents that have missing time, or you just jump over it. That's the more fascinating of the two. I just got done reading a book about the Bermuda Triangle, where this guy had a similar, yeah, Mandela just died again. Yeah, yeah. It's just, you know, I really do think that what is happening is my thesis that they have been trying macro quantum experiments is beginning to tear the fabric. Roberta says, I love the unpolitically correct component of the excessive smoking in this and all other sessions. Well, thank you. You know, I wish, Robertus, that I still had my three-hose Turkish hookah that I bought over in Oxford. I could be chugging away on my hookah. Katu says, after a friend's funeral, I came home, unlocked the door, came inside, and have never seen my keys again. I have dismantled the shed and every step between my car and my home, and the keys are nowhere. Oh, dear. Yeah, you know, I just, you know, I've done stupid stuff, you know, like I I was looking for a deck of playing cards and I couldn't find it. And finally I found the deck of playing cards in the freezer. I don't know why I put them there. But no, this is not a case of, you know, misplacement. I've had listen, June, I've had the missing article of clothing thing, and that's just downright spooky. I've had that happen to me on a couple of occasions, and I agree with you. It's just downright spooky. Roberta says the geezers should start a hookah fund. To heck with the organ. Now. Yeah, absent-mindedness is one thing, but does a nearby death have any? No, not in this instance. When that weird, you know, I'm on the 3rd floor and I climb up 2 flights of stairs and my key won't work. No, that there was no death of anyone I knew. It could be, you know, the hookah thing. You know, the only piece of classical music that was written for opera, is an overture by P.D.Q. Bach, and it does have a hookah in the score. Anyway, yeah, the you know, I ordered some organ music, and it's just been like an eternity waiting for it to get here. Oh yes, PDQ Bach. Yes, I forget what it was. Oh, it's the hairpiece. It's the hairpiece from the Civilian Barber. Yes, because the score has the hookah, a Turkish hookah. If you can see this, a Turkish hookah in the orchestra pit with smoke billowing up from the orchestra pit. Yeah, but yeah, it's the hairpiece from the Civilian Barber. Actually, you can listen to the hairpiece on YouTube. Anyway, oh wow. Gordon White says it's afternoon here and I'm still filthy. Have a good weekend. All right, go scrape off the geological eras of filth. All right, there we are. Last cigarette of the night. And then when I finish this, I am going to go eat, I think, and probably come back, excuse me, much later and see whoever's still awake. And let's see here. Okay, that. So I didn't miss anybody's For once, folks, I didn't miss anybody's Vidchat questions. Anyway, all right, Tim. But yeah, you may be onto something there. Maybe we're all sensitives here, us geezers. I don't know. Um, what's the meaning of it all? Says the cult fan. Well, geez, if I know, I'd be a lot richer than I am now. Oh dear. But yeah, who knows? Maybe all of us are those sensitive. I don't know. I've never considered myself to be one of those kinds of people. I really haven't. Yeah, that's true. Somebody named Period says there are ancient cultures that know about fairies who take things and sometimes return them. That's true. How is the weather in Sioux Falls? Nice try, busy dealer. I'm not in Sioux Falls. Geiger says, speaking of hookah, I wanted to start a hookah club in college, and the college said no. So I started the Rensselaer Society of Thermosiphoning Devices and their uses. Kenny says, I'm having this problem right now. Oh, are people that aren't there walking into your kitchen and disappearing? Oh dear. Karambit said, I'm still trying to find the connection between classical music and esoteric philosophy. Read Thrice Great Hermetica. I talked about it in there as much as I've ever talked about it. Gosh, what's his name now? It's either Kurt Herreweghe or Nicholas Harnoncourt that wrote studies of the doctrine of affect. But anyway, but yeah, Karambit, if you haven't read Thrice Great Hermetica and the Janus Age, I devoted a chapter in that to certain kinds of esoteric doctrines and music in relationship to the metaphor. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff out there about it. If you really study music in the traditional way, you would run into certain people, Fuchs being one of them, the Gradus ad Parnassus, Albrechtsberger, all of those 18th century, well, Fuchs was not 18th century, he was much earlier, but there were people writing books, treatises of music theory, and they all influence each other. If you really get into it, you'll see all the connections between J.S. Bach and Franz Joseph Haydn and Mozart and Beethoven, because behind these people there are theorists writing these texts, and the texts are still available, incidentally. So you can actually read what these people were learning music from, and how they were learning it. And it's a fascinating study in and of itself to do. That's why they were able to produce the music they did. Geiger says, I found a PDF copy of Mystagogy online. My translation should not be a PDF. So it's there. It's definitely there. You just have to know where to look. Yeah, Ben Therrell, I think you're right. Boethius, I think it was. Although music at one time, Ben, was considered to be a part of geometry. So, it was always there for reasons I know that harmonic series and all of that. But yeah, you read some of these people, and the connections are very, very interesting. Beethoven starting to study with Haydn and then getting kind of fed up that he wasn't being given enough individual attention, and then so he shifts to Albrechtsberger. Fuchs, who's the other one? Gosh, his name escapes me right off. I just was reading him the other day. I can't remember his name. Kepler, yeah, Kepler is another one. Definitely Kepler. Definitely Kepler. Cult fan says, Doc, we're linked. Oh, Ben, you would know the guy, and I can't even pull his name sufficiently to give you the first letter of his last name, but you'd recognize it. But anyway, yeah, if people would study music that way, you know, we'd have some decent music again. Oh dear. If only they would do it. But they're too busy teaching polytonalism and serial method and all that claptrap. Guido of Arezzo. I'm talking a little bit later in history, after, you know, the post-Palestrina era, who really kind of kicks off the whole counterpoint mania. Heinrich Schütz, people like that. Kenny says, I've lost an envelope with money in it. It was in my room and I only live with my mom. But the interconnections, the artistic interconnections back in those days is really quite amazing when you really kind of plot them out. Mozart. Mozart used Fuchs and who else? Somebody else. Padre Martini, obviously, another great theorist. But anyway, whew, that was quite a vid chat. Quite a vid chat. And many thanks to everybody, too. Fascinating questions, actually. And apologies, it took me so long to go around Harvey's barn. But in any case, I'm not leaving just yet, folks. Maybe a couple more minutes. Then I've got to eat. I haven't eaten all day, which is not good. But anyway. Kind of amazed that we still have Scab Tree Scabby. That's a new one. Erasmo, another new one, just popped into the room. Interesting. Sehr interessant. All right, guys, I think I'm going to quit the feed. I'll probably check in much later before I go to bed to see who's still here and might be still chatting. But I'm going to go eat. I'm going to maybe watch some TV or listen to some music. So thank you all again, guys. Bye-bye, and we'll see you on the flip side.